Hello! Welcome, Sarge. Welcome, Aiko. Hope you're both doing well. Hello, Squid. Welcome. I know, this is like a later stream than I'm normally doing. So yeah, hope you're all doing well. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly pause the music here and swap over to the game. Boop.
Extra thick!
I see. You are the first one to use the new redeems. Ow. So yeah, I was a busy little cat last night. I may or may not have been up till
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition!
See, I had to rename some of these because Twitch was not happy with the redeem names. Twitch apparently does not like sexy sax, so I just had to call it sax. I had a little too much fun, probably.
No.
Thank you, Sarge. Appreciate that. So yeah, I added a bunch of sound redeems.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse.
So I'd imagine that you're all gonna have a lot of fun with those. And hello, Beckett. Welcome. Nice. Tea and comfy blankets are always nice. I think everyone is enjoying the sound alerts. Yeah. I may or may not have been up till like 4 a.m. Finding alerts to put in and making sure that they work. Beautiful. So, like, I think the timers on them, well, they're just workshopped at the moment. I think I have them based set like 10 minutes. So that they're not, like, constant sound alerts. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate that. But yeah, I added a bunch. They are basically like point traps for anyone that has an absurd amount of points. Yeah, 10-minute cooldowns, because like I don't want to make them more expensive because I feel like Hello, Crimson. Welcome. Oh, I'm so happy to see all of those in chat. Yeah. So yeah, now there are a bunch of different things to spend points on. I'm super happy that they work. The best thing is, apparently I can add like 50 of them. I don't think I would ever need to add 50 of them, but I think it's fine. And that's understandable, Crimson. Yeah, no, Blurt really lets you add a lot of sound alerts. Because you can have them for so you can have them for channel points, you can also have them for bits, and they also have something for walk-ons. So what that is essentially once a VIP joins the chat, it will play a sound alert. I thought that was amusing, but I also kind of don't want to set that up. I, however, really like the channel point one because it gives you all something to throw points at that may or may not be distracting from other redeems that I may or may not have re-enabled yet because I forgot to check before stream. But anyways, so yeah, I'm about 20 plus minutes late. Hello, Newly. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. But yeah, hope you all have been having a good day. Yeah, I was a little late. Helped somebody do some.
Oh my, how lewd.
I love that. I love that one. I had to have the nip. Also, had to change the name of that one because Twitch doesn't like lewd. They don't like you putting the word lewd in redeems. Hello, Outlaws. Welcome. I know.
Come on then, what is it? What mischief were you up to last night, hmm?
Okay, listen. Okay, listen. Yeah, that one, mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. That one exists for a reason. Hey, I was up till 4 a.m. making making sure that making sure that all of this worked. There's nothing else. Totally nothing else happened at 4 a.m. It's fine. But anyway, I hope you all enjoy the sound alerts. I'll probably add some more over time when I think of something. Not quite, Crimson. Not quite. Careless whisper moment. Smashing the X button to death. But yeah, I think I'm gonna open up a channel probably either later tonight or tomorrow for suggestions for things to add, because I think I have everything set up for the most part, and I can start experimenting with overlays soon. So I think that's gonna be super fun. I also am gonna go out on a limb and send a couple messages either later tonight or tomorrow, because I have recently had a massive boost in confidence and I feel really awesome right now. I'm gonna be honest. I feel really good. Also, hello, Clef. Welcome. Good to see you. Oh, that's what I was gonna look. That's what I was gonna look for. You inadvertently reminded me. I wanted to look for the the JoJo, like, holy shit. Or oh my god. I want to add one of those. Because I feel like that would be a great redeem. Thank you all. I appreciate that. Exactly. I want to add the English so bad. I need those as sound redeems. It's so good. I also need to continue watching that at some point. I need to just watch things. You know, maybe at some point I'll do like a watch along in the Discord if my computer can handle it. I'll just watch stuff someday. Ooh, I do need to add an ooh. And maybe a to be continued, aka just roundabout. That would probably be amusing. I'm so excited. Like I don't know how much the excitement is coming through in my voice, but I'm really excited. I was trying to remember who else it was because I knew of Roundabout before the meme, but seeing it everywhere in a meme, I was like, okay, where is this from? Because I need to see
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
it. Exactly, Squid. I fully agree. Like nothing can beat a well-timed roundabout. It's just like perfectly cut screams. Someone start belting out a scream and then it just cuts. Hey! Hey, tentacles. Thank you for the raid, Luis. Oh, my chat's connecting. My chat's having a moment. I added new stuff. But welcome. How did the rest of your stream go? Hello, Fluff. Also, you know what that means? Yeah. Hey, I got you, Luis. I got you. And thank you for the hydrate, Beckett. So I think like oh there's new redeems by the way, Luis. I added a lot. I was a busy cat last night. And thank you for the posture check. Because I also mentioned, I think at the beginning of the stream, that I may have forgotten to check which things I re-enabled. Yeah. Yeah. That was really well timed, Clef. That was really well timed, Clef. Thank you. Yeah, give me a second. Let me see if I can open this up real quick. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Hopefully it doesn't automatically play my own stream. And I will re-enable those. So don't worry, Luis. I will re-enable the gauntlet because I forgot to before I started streaming. As you can tell, I have been streaming for almost 3 years now. I am very, very well trained. So yes, I do in fact forget most of my redeems and to turn them back on. I feel like I should probably just have that like open all the time. The sounds are on a 10-minute cooldown. So like a few of them have been tested already. I'm trying to remember which ones haven't. I think we covered most of them. I'm very happy that they work though. So let me go over here to channel points and I will re-enable the gauntlet. And then after that, I will
Extra thick!
I love that. So good. Yeah. There we go. They should all be re-enabled now. But yeah, my channel points are called Points of Insanity. Or if you've played Bloodborne, Insight. There it is. Yeah. Now I've got them re-enabled. And I will do those.
No.
Oh yeah, no, if you really want to work out, whenever Tipsy is in chat, basically every time those come off cooldown. It's so good. And hello, Claude. Thank you for the lurk. I also just realized that I should probably change that text because it's giving a link. That's not supposed to be a link. Well, that's something for me to fix later. But yeah, hope you're doing well, Claude, and appreciate that. So, without further ado, I will go do the gauntlet for Luis. And again, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. It might just be for mobile that it's showing up as a link, but I definitely need to space that. Okay. Doing the gauntlet. So one sec. There we go. The gauntlet has been done. Whew. That's a workout. Oh, understandable. You know, maybe I should do that for a longer stream. Try to play some Hollow Knight and see where I was at. That would be fun. Yeah, I've got a couple things like on the docket to play at some point. Like I've got that is one of them. And then let's see what else. You're all good, Neely. You're all good. Well, that will be fun. Whew. Alright. Do a free hydrate there. And then should probably get started before I get sidetracked again. So yeah, let me make sure that I unmute this. There we go. So, this game is basically thank you for the bit, Squid. I really appreciate that. And you know, Luis, getting sidetracked is a cat thing. Yeah. No, that's pretty accurate. But yeah, this is basically, from what I remember, a Vaporwave aesthetic mystery game. Also, chalk this down. Shout out to Vil for informing me of this game's existence. Yep. I actually first saw this game. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is the audio a little loud? Because I can turn that down. Like, so, let me bring it down here to about an ICO. I think that maybe like close to 13, maybe. There we go. Is that a little bit better, hopefully? Okay. That's good. But yeah, Vil was actually the first person I saw play this game. And I was like, oh shit, that looks kind of neat. Maybe I should try it. So it came out on Game Pass, like, maybe 2 weeks ago? And I was like, fuck yeah, let's give it a go. Yeah, I am excited. I really hope Vil gets back into this. Because this actually inspired a lot of stuff for his channel. So yeah, I'm kind of excited. Yeah, I just now mentioned the crab friend, and thank you again for the hydrate, Beckett. Oh yeah. I appreciate that. I did need that. I have strawberry lemonade and iced tea. Keep the cat watered. And thank you for the posture. Ow. I wasn't doing anything horny. God, thank you for the posture check. I can see that these sound alerts are going to be a favorite. I'm happy. So yeah. You know, fair enough, you got me there. You got me there.
Come on then, what is it? What mischief were you up to last night, hmm?
uh. uh. I think I've given you all too much power now. Without further ado,
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
the Spanish Inquisition. Well done. That was really good timing. That was really
Extra thick.
That was beautiful. I love that. Oh. Yeah, no, I think I have given you all. I think I have given you all a lot of power now. Yes, I feel like it would be an injustice if I didn't add Aku into the voice redeems. Oh, the sound redeems. Fucking love Samurai Jack. God, I'm having too much fun with those. Alright, Fluff, thank you. Appreciate you stopping by. You enjoy the lurk. Oh my god, yeah, no, I think Faye will enjoy it too. They're good. These are gonna be fun. So, before I continue getting sidetracked, I'm going to start. Sweet. Oh yeah, that is right, there is AR vision. And sprint is left bumper. Right, okay. So here we go.
Paradise Killer.
There's your... Love that. Welcome, investigator. Soon enter a paradise where fact and truth are not the same. Explore paradise in your own way and find your own truth. Paradise Killer has a wealth of accessibility options. Please tailor the experience to best suit your needs. Paradise Killer does not autosave. You must use the save points on the island. Squid, thank you for the bits again. I think I'm gonna like workshop a thing for the bit redeem, oh, the bit sound, because I feel like I need to change it. Also, I went back in the VOD for the last stream, and I definitely need to turn those alerts up. They're a little quiet. Oh. Happy to hear that. Like, I have too much fun here. I don't think I've streamed once where I haven't laughed. I think it's just I'm incapable of not laughing at some point throughout the day. It is good. Let's see. Saving a record of your existence is free and easy and leads to a happier paradise. See, now that's good. I fully agree as well, Squid. I love that. It's good. The Syndicate created the first Paradise Island to worship their dead alien gods. Guided by leader Montserrat, the Syndicate attempt to resurrect the gods by forcing citizens into psychic worship rituals. However, the worship invites demonic corruption from beyond the stars. The islands always fail. The islands die, and a new Paradise Island is born. The cycle repeats. Island Sequence 13. Lady Love dies. The Syndicate's lead investigator is deceived by the goddamned Harmony. She endangered Paradise. Her sentence is eternal exile. The island could not be saved. Demonic corruption began to infect the fabric of Paradise. The island died. The citizens' slaughter ritual took place. Another Paradise Island failed. The cycle always repeats. Lady Love dies, watched from exile in the idle lands as each island flourished and died. Each iteration got closer to perfection. Demonic corruption events decreased. Island 24 was almost perfect until Henry Division. A lowly citizen got too close to the gods. He allowed demons to flood the island. The citizens were once again slaughtered. The council began their mediation to end 24 and birth Perfect 25. But before they could complete it, Paradise was killed. Oh my god. You know, that could be an idea for the media share stream that I have planned. We could do Try Not to Laugh stuff. I'll have to, like, talk to somebody and see what's, like, okay to show. But I'd be down to do that. Yeah, no, this is a lot to take in at first, but it makes sense the more you go. Basically, think of this as like Afterlife, but the creation of each afterlife requires ritual sacrifice. Yeah. I am thinking about doing a media share stream because I think that'd be like super cozy. And we can watch stuff together. And if I can't figure that out, we can do that on Discord. Either way, it will happen. At some point, I will figure it out. So yeah, this is gonna get kind of intense really quickly. Also, this art is really good. 3 minutes. Oh no. The Way of Blood Bar, 25th Island sequence. The crime to end all crimes. This blend tastes different. The islands define the whiskey. This one definitely tastes of embers. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Beckett. There's gonna be a lot of reading in this. She put the fire out. Was it a cosmic dream? No. They called on her, the exile. Oh, and thank you for the posture check. Also, I was trying not to draw attention to the painting that's in the top left corner, but my eye keeps darting back to it. Oh, same here. Mine dries out a lot when I'm talking. They needed to. I deserved that. It did look like Yai. Lady Love Dies, born at the longest tower, written in AD 1000 under the sign of Kiss Me to the Moon, the Syndicate's lead investigator. After the Damned Harmony incident on Island 13, Paradise Psycho Unit was shut down, and Love Dies was exiled to the Idle Lands as punishment. That is a good bonk. Fair. I probably would have died. In a good way. But yeah.
Another day in exile.
This is Lady Love Dies. From what I remember, she is the player character. And I love her outfit. Something's wrong. I can feel it. Island 24 is supposed to be ending. Why am I still here?
I have a bad feeling about this.
I like that I don't have to read all of these. She does actually have some voice lines. Now I move. Oh god. I think there's motion blur. Oh, I just noticed the reticle is a heart. Yeah, that's what I noticed. I'm like, okay. There we go. Is there an option to turn off the motion blur? Yes, there is. There's an FOV slider? This game has an FOV slider? Kraken! Hey, tentacles. Hey, hello, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, that was a 50% blur. How was the rest of your stream? I love that raid message. I love the raid message and the adorable emotes. That's good to hear. Okay, Sarge, you're gonna have to share that in Discord. You're gonna have to share that in the Discord. That fucking killed me. Thank you. Thank you for the bustin'. And the push-ups. I love that. But yeah, it's good to see you all, and thank you again for the raid. I'm gonna do those push-ups real quick. And then continue. I love that. That's good. Alright. 1 second. Ah, and that is accurate, Beckett. Also, I think these are getting significantly easier after like a week and a half already. Ah, that is a good idea. Oh, no, don't turn the HUD overlay off. So there's motion sickness. Oh, oh, that's awesome. And there is, in fact, a flickering lights mode. Hell yeah. You can change the font? Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. Anytime. Awesome. Yeah, this game has some awesome accessibility options. Hell yeah. We love that here. Audio. I think that's good. Yeah. Nice. Gotcha. So let's see. Discord special channel. I'm glad. I'm glad that you shared that. Oh, hello, Fluff. Welcome. You're good. Okay, I think I have everything. Oh, cool. Oh, sweet. I can turn the mature content on and off for streaming purposes. Awesome. So I don't have to play through the game and panic. I also like I'm not gonna lie, I like the menu. I like the menu and the UI sounds. They're good. They're really good. Thank you, Crimson. And welcome back, Beckett. I think I have all the settings done now. Oh, thank God. Okay, yeah, no, the motion blur being off is significantly improving my experience. Also, 90 FOV, yes. Yeah, anytime. I'm actually really excited that this game has all these lovely settings. It seems super accessible. I like they even had an option for open dyslexia. That's pretty fucking cool. And thank you for the hydrate. Relic obtained. Fleeting thoughts lost. Treasures the remnants of lives lived. A vignette of a window in time. Wistful photo obtained. The outside of the Paradise Psycho unit before it was disbanded. The last photo that was taken of me back on Island 13. Hey, I appreciate it. Keeping me well hydrated. Did anyone else hear that? Sounds like some kind of unhinged laughter. Let me see if I can I feel like I should probably turn the music down just a tad. I think 35 will be good. Well done. well done. Well done. Oh, there's a crouch. Well done. I appreciate that. Yeah, I want to check out the bed real quick. There's roses. Not gonna lie, these paintings or pictures with filters are pretty cool. This place actually kind of looks nice. That doesn't look nice though. Oh my. It's a lot of days. A portrait of me, painted by Lydia before I was exiled. I feel like I hear something. Ow. Might be that. I'm actually gonna just go ahead and assume that it's that. It is in fact censored. I appreciate that. Yeah, that Lady Love Dies has been exiled for a little while, it seems. So yeah. I don't know how to feel about this being in front of me that is blacking pants and also flipping me off at the same time. And the feet are really cool. Lady Love dies.
Who are you?
The first person you've spoken to in 3 million days. Can you taste it in the air? Something is definitely wrong. The island was supposed to end. Something's wrong. They do have a dog snoot. You're damn right it is. Well, you've been exiled up here. All kinds of shit has happened down on the island. What kind of shit? The messed up kind. Real messed up. All kinds of messed up. You used to be the Syndicate's investigator, right? They're talking about you down there. They need the investigation, freak. Time to get back in the saddle. Get out of the idle lands and get back to work. Exile's over.
Why?
Why is a demon in the idle lands? I'm not even gonna try and pronounce that. You can call me Shinji. I feel like I might actually summon a demon if I try to pronounce that. Beautiful. I love this already. I'm just here to hang. I got no horse in this race. What race? Someone's made a move against the Syndicate. People are betting on the wrong horses. What do you want, Shinji? I like a good bit of murder. It's a good time. The best time. I'm just here to watch the results play out. You got some solving to do, some investigating, some looking real hard, some good thinking. Time to weave some truth, love guys. Anyway, I gotta bounce. Go get your laptop, you're going to need it. See you on the island. He just fucking exploded. Okay. He just fucking exploded. Alright. I have no idea what's going on. That little runt said I need to find my laptop. He must mean Starlight. Every investigator needs an assistant. Starlight is up by the barrier that overlooks the island. Oh. Time to open the door. This place is pretty. Can I go in the water? Okay, I can't see my feet, but I can, like, sort of platform. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I feel the same way there. I feel the same way there, Squid. Oh, a dulled percolator obtained. Coffee doesn't taste the same if you're not working. That's fair. Faye! And yes, of course you can. Hello, Faye. Hi. How are you? Please, Faye, melt my heart. Oh, hey. Oh. 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 Love you too, Faye. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Oh, thank you, Faye. My heart. You were right, yeah. It is true. I've also been like a lot more outgoing. Hey, it's okay. I think I spent how much time was it? Was it like 20 minutes at the beginning of the stream just talking about the sound redeemed?
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
That that but yeah, no, I can I'm working on stuff, right? I'm spending time before actually starting the game just talking. Oh god, I might actually. I start streaming longer. But yeah, no, like I can definitely say that Faye has been a very big like driving force of me being more vocal and working on my confidence. Hello, Fluffy. Welcome back. You know, sometimes it just be like that, Beckett. Sometimes you start talking and you just get comfy and you just keep talking and then you just forget to actually do anything. So you're just like, you know what, fuck it, let's just talk then. And thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate that. Now that I can, now that my eyes are dry again, I will say that, like, a big turning point for me, I would definitely have to say, was when I joined Vex's community in the Hissing Depths. It's like, I felt very welcome. And through that, I've met so many, like, wonderful people, most of which are here in the chat right now. Because I believe I've met most of you through Vex, aside from a couple that I knew before. And by extension as well, Vil. Cause, God, I'm trying to think. Like, I've known Bill for a long time. I was super happy to get to talk to some friends that I hadn't in a long time. But like, honestly, I'm super appreciative for just meeting so many of you. Yeah, exactly. Cause like, I'll peel back the curtain here and be real with you all here just a second. Prior to starting like my VTubing journey, I wasn't the most like sociable person. I mean, I'd hang out with people, but I wouldn't talk a whole lot. I just mostly listened because anxiety, real bad social anxiety. But you know, these past like few months, I feel comfy. Like, honestly, this is like the first time in my life I can comfortably say like I am happy talking with people. Like, I look forward to streaming every week. Like, I genuinely enjoy this so much. And I enjoy actually like getting to hang out with people. Oh, thank you all. Appreciate that. Yeah, like genuinely, it means a lot to get to hang out with good friends and just stream, get to know everybody. Like, that's something that I want to make sure that I keep doing. Like, I don't really care how big my channel gets in the future. Like, I want to be like myself. Like, I am me. How I am now is how I hope to be, like, from here on out. But, like, even if my channel starts getting bigger, I'm not gonna, like, look at someone and be like, nah. Like, I don't want to be one of those people that once they get to a certain size, they just don't talk to people anymore. Like, y'all friends. I like friends. Our schedules may prevent us from actually talking, but if I get the opportunity to, I want to. So I pop in and the Discord and some other Discord VCs and stuff. 'Cause if I get the opportunity to, I want to hang out with friends. I want to get to talk to people. And there's some more friends that I've made that I hope to get a chance to get to know better and talk to in the future as well. Like, thanks to some very encouraging pushes in the right direction, I think I'm ready to start, like, interacting with people that I've been a little nervous to interact with. So yeah. And I did say this week, since I'm going to be doing, like, some shorter streams, well, depends. My schedule always changes constantly. But yeah, I want to try and hang out a little bit this week. Maybe pop in some places that I don't get to often. Who knows? I might even pop through the screen. Okay, we'll call back to that. I wonder if anyone has made, like, an old school like 3D PNG. We're like, okay, watch this stream but with the 3D glasses and I'll pop out of the screen every time I talk. I feel like that would be a bitch and a half to set up. Squid, that's not a warning, that's an invitation. I enjoy head pads. For real.
Not.
Sorry about that. Beautiful redeem club. Oh no, something didn't break. I was informed of some things. I had to mute for a second. But yeah, I love that text to speech as well. It's so good. It's so good.
Extra thick!
Thank you, Faye. Come through. You know, Faye? That exactly. I feel like I need to find a slightly longer version of that. It's so good, though. I love it so much. Yeah. If I could find,
Oh my, how lewd.
I think it feels good. At least that's what I remember. Because believe me, I listen to Ghostbusters so much. But yeah, I'm gonna workshop some more ideas for sound alerts, sound redeems, and probably get some more of those added in the upcoming week. Yeah. Bustin' is from Ghostbusters. It's just the edited version by what's his name? I know the dude's first name is Neil. I can never remember his last name. Yeah, it is something with a C. Maybe? I actually have the original video like bookmarked. It is bookmarked somewhere. I would just have to like find it probably later. I will put that in the Discord if it isn't already. Oh, thank you, Faye. Faye's got it. Appreciate that. So happy. I love that one. It's so good. Again, another thing I have to thank Vex for reminding me existing. So in the meantime, I'm gonna continue grabbing stuff real quick. A well-read book obtained. Well-read book about an ex-gangster that decided to become master of grilled chicken skewers. That's a hell of a story. Indeed. I think it is, in a sense.
That's strange.
And thank you for the hydrate again. Appreciate it. I think this game is older than that, but I can't remember how old the manga is. Actually, let me take a quick look and see how old the game is. Because I'm not gonna lie, the aesthetic is really cool. Oh yeah. Yeah, it came out September the 4th, 2020. So yeah, this game's not that old. That's pretty cool. I do love the entire like feeling of this game. No, you're good. Hey, why do you think I recorded the sub alert sound to be my rendition of that? It got stuck in my head and it was a really good idea. So I'm very grateful that I was convinced to do that.
Why?
Why is Starlight unlocked? 3 million days up here and now she's calling out to me. Well, thank you. And welcome back, Newly. Welcome. That's fair, Aiko. An investigator's best friend, Starlight. It's been a while since me and the girl did the dance of an investigation. I feel that, Fluffy. I really feel that. We're booting up Starlight. So let's see. OS check complete. Screen calibration complete. Syndicate database link established. Syndicate database verified. Syndicate database downloaded. Sync established. Entity identifier initialized. Item recognition initialized. Investigator logbook initialized. Starting new case project. Impact reduction initialized. Environment illumination module added. Language recognition initialized. Language database refreshed. Ancient nightmare technology emulator initialized. Checking for authorization. Authorization improved. We're in. Yeah, ancient nightmare technology emulator. Ah, it's just like back home. I love the moon in this too. Yeah, there you go, Faye. Everybody gets love. Everybody gets love. That will always be a staple of the channel. Thank you, Faye. uh, I I love that. Everyone gets love. If you're in chat right now, you're getting love. Is Luis still here? Because if Luis is still here, hit him again. Let's see who's lurking in chat. I know Clef was in here earlier, as well as Squidge. I know Squidge is still here. And then Kraken raided. uh, uh, I love you all. Thank you. I appreciate you. Brings a smile to my face. uh, oh my god! I love the art for Trickies. uh, love that. That's good. Everyone gets love. Why? Because we can. That's why.
Welcome to Starlight.
Also,
That's weird.
I just noticed the color palette for that, and I like it. I like the color palette for that transition screen. Yep, it was just missing a little bit of white, but that's a beautiful color palette. Especially for a transition scene. I love it. Thank you for the hydrate. Here comes the fun. Exactly, Beckett. A phone call from Judge is unexpected.
Lady Love Dies.
Lady Love dies. Madness has overtaken the island. That happened a long time ago. The council were murdered as the new island was born.
Nanny the hell?
I forgot she said that. Maybe I should make that already. Freaking Nani the hell. I love that. I forgot. That's so good. Oh, those hearts are beautiful as well. Love that fluffy. I don't know if I would call that say so either, but it's amusing. God, I love that. I'm happy. I'm happy that those work so well. I love it. Is this a prank? Leader Montserrat is dead. The council are dead. This is no joke. The Toko laugh is from Danganronpa, Beckett. Which, oddly enough, and this is kind of a plug, I'll be playing that more tomorrow. So, if you enjoy that, and or enjoy me doing voices, I do that Wednesdays. At least till I finish the game. And then I'm debating on whether or not I want to go through 2 and suffer. This game's good. It just hurts me. It hurts me on an emotional level. I enjoy it. It's dated, but it's kind of amusing. Plus, I love doing the voice of, well, I love doing voices for the characters because they're really fun. And I can be really out there with some of them. Like, initially when I saw it, I was like, oh no, this surely won't hurt me emotionally. I've watched Madoka. Madoka ripped my heart out. Stepped on it. I'll be fine. I can handle this. Oh hey. I cannot handle this. Love that. Love that, Faye. Yeah. I have seen all of Madoka and Rebellion. I fucking love Rebellion. Oh my god, Cube. Oh god. Ow. You bonked me though. Aiko, the bonks hit me. But yeah, uh, collateral. Faye, that statement is extremely accurate. I don't know how to respond to that. All of the bonks will hit me. That's fair, Crimson. I know it is very late for you, and this is actually a lot later than I normally stream. But Restore Crimson, and thank you for stopping by. Probably one specific word I can use as a descriptor. Yeah, that is true. That is true, Faye. It does. It does. It does start with a T. But yeah, rest well, Crimson, and thank you for stopping by. Tomorrow should be a little bit earlier. Hopefully, if I can get everything started. Just a little bit more so on time. Might actually start a tiny bit early because it's a what's the word? The word that starts with a T. That is another word that starts with a T. But it might. I love that. It's good. Let's see. Is it a word that starts with a T and ends with a Y? And or if you shorten it, it could be a 3-letter word that ends with an M. I think that might explain it. It may or may not be a 5-letter word, if I'm thinking of the correct word. Faye, I think you're really trying to get me to say it. Am I correct in that assumption that you want me to say it? I should DM you the word. So we're, yeah, just to make sure that we're on the same page. Alright, Beckett. Okay, now we're on the same page. Probably because we, no, it's not ruined. It's not ruined. It's salvageable. It is a 5-letter word that starts with T and ends with Y. The word, by the way, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say the word you were thinking of. I'm gonna say the word you were thinking of.
Extra thick!
It was not extra thick. It was not extra thick. So the word is tasty. That's the word. The word was tasty.
I told you I was gonna do it.
Well, you know what? You know what, Faye? You're tasty. And cute.
You. How is cute?
You are also cute, though. I accept that I'm cute. Adorable. Love that. It's great. It's really good. You know what? I think from now on, in a joking manner, because I don't know how people would respond to me saying this, I just have the inclination, whenever somebody calls me cute, trying to like verbally calls me cute, I have the inner urge to say, bitch, I'm adorable. I know I'm adorable. Bitch, I know I'm adorable. I may or may not have been paying attention to that thing. I may or may not have been paying attention. I'm inspired. You've been inspiring me. Yes, Faye? Alright, what kind of agreement? I think we can. I think we can. I have been filled with the sass. I am being filled with the sass. Exactly. I am full of the sass. Yeah, that's that was a good ending to that. Well played. Well played. The overlapping sound alerts were great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, I spy a tipsy. I see the gauntlet is approaching.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Excellent use of the Spanish Inquisition as well. Hello, Tipsy. I hope you're having a good evening. I appreciate that. uh, thank you for that. I will now proceed to do the gauntlet. But yeah, hope you're having a good evening. I will be right back. There we go. I am back. Ah. God, that sounds like a hell of a drive. Oh no. But yeah, thank you for stopping by, Tipsy. Hope you rest well and have a safe drive tomorrow. Hopefully it's not too bad, but I know like 90 degrees with no AC is like hell. So yeah, be safe tomorrow. And again, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. And thank you for the hydrate, Beckett. Also, can agree. The push-ups are probably the hardest part of the gauntlet. For me. Will say though, the squats though are the easiest. They're like super easy. Oh yeah. No, Ring Fit looks super intense, but at the same time really fun. I think I've only seen like one or two people stream Ring Fit for more than like an hour at a time. I'm like, yeah, no. Fair. Yeah, which is a good thing, because you do more than an hour of that, you're gonna be like dying, unless you're in extremely good shape, which I will admit, I am quite soft. I am very small, but very soft. Oh yeah. It's one of the things I actually thought about doing. Oh yeah. Yeah, like that's good. It's good to do that. And I agree, Fluffy. I absolutely agree what's in shape. Yeah. That's the one thing that I feel like is really good with it, is giving you that ulterior objective besides exercising, takes your mind off of exercising, and you're like, it engages the competitive side of your brain. Where it's like, oh, there's something that I can beat. But I'm not going to think about the exercises that I have to do to beat it. I'm going to think about beating it. It's a really good motivational tool. Like, it's a really good motivational tool. Especially for, like, someone like me. I normally do not have the discipline to keep to an exercise routine, but if you put something in front of me that requires me to exercise in order to progress, I'm gonna do it. Because, like, I'm not thinking about the exercise, I'm thinking about accomplishing that task, so to speak. It's like, it's easier to motivate me in a game sense than it is to motivate me in an IRL sense. However, I am also, like, a very hands-on learner, so IRL stuff. Yeah. Also, hello, June. Hi. How are you? Welcome. Oh, Beckett. Beckett. One of the last, like, sort of long streams that I did on the weekend, I did it with, actually, come to think of it, I think it was the Weird West Trial Tuesday. I did at least like 50 push-ups, squats, and crunches. That hurt. That hurt. Squats didn't, though. I'm doing good. How are you, June? Yeah, I think a few of us have said, like, one way or another, I'm gonna be in shape. I think Aiko made art of me being swole. These redeems are gonna make me swole in no time. I'm gonna be very toned, or not. I don't know if I'm actually capable of being toned. I will say, it's been almost a month and I can actually feel a difference. I'm excited. I'm very happy with that. Like, I forget who it was that I told it to, but making them redeems is actually helping me to actually exercise more than me trying to do them on my own. Because I think I said that it's basically chat bullying me in the good way. Chat is bullying me into getting healthier. In the good way. It's something about it being a redeem being like, oh, they spent their points on that? I should do it. And that's more motivating to me than exactly friendly bullying. Bullying with love. What kind of ice cream, Aiko? Sounds good. Yeah. Hopefully at some point in the future I'll be able to add a Switch into the streaming setup. That's awesome. I love that we're on the same page. And Fluffy, it probably would be more like peer pressure, but in the good way. Peanut butter ice cream? Oh. Oh. I want to try that. I've actually never had peanut butter ice cream. Oh no! That's one of the things that I'm always kind of like accustomed to doing with having to, well, not having to, but learning how to cook. I am very accustomed to swapping things around for allergies. Yeah, that's something I always want to make sure. Because, like, my one fear being a cooking for hobby is learning how to substitute things based on allergens. So, like, I always want to make sure if I'm cooking for someone that I know what they're allergic to, if they're allergic to anything. Yeah, I've heard, like, almond and soy are really good replacements. Anyways, Fluffy. Yeah, exactly. And one of the things, like, I love trying to cook things with different recipes. Yeah, yeah, that is the thing. Like, since I cook a lot, I always want to make sure that I get things that everybody can have, because I don't want to like make something and someone be like, I can't eat that because I'm allergic to something in it. Or worse, make something and not know someone's allergic to it, and then they have a reaction. Like that's like nightmare for me as a cook. Of course, over the years, I've intentionally tried to make myself more versatile at substituting ingredients and things. Before, we were indeed. My mind kind of got focused on this, and so I'm just continuing until I've like gone through all the thoughts. But like, before we started getting HelloFresh meals, I actually used to do this as a practice to get better at cooking. We would go out every weekend grocery shopping, and I would plan my entire meal course around whatever was on sale. So it was like, start with produce, see what veggies are on sale, pick some decent looking veggies for reasonable prices, whatever. Like anything that's on sale, pick from that. And then find what meats are on sale and pick one of those. And basically, from the meat and the veggies that are on sale, I would plan a meal. Oh? What you writing down, Faye? Yeah, that... 7 months. That is an oddly specific time. I am curious and intrigued. Like, those both mean the same thing, but... doubly so. There we go. That reminds me, I love fish. I love seafood. I absolutely adore cooking with seafood. Like, I think we talked about this, right? But salmon is fantastic. Eel is probably my favorite, with a close second being tuna. Like, fresh tuna. Specifically, tuna steaks. Tuna steaks, I love. Because they take seasoning so well. It's so good. Ugh. Like, you get me some fresh yellowfin, I am a very happy cat. Ah, that's fair. I do. Like, shellfish, I'm gonna say it. I adore crab legs. Good, steamed in Old Bay, and I will be very specific about that. Steamed in a healthy amount of Old Bay. Mmm. I will admit to this. The last time that I had crab, I ate like 2 pounds myself. I literally consumed 2 pounds of crab. I love crab. I do, Fluffy. I love crab. I love eating crab. You can clip that if you want. I love eating crab. And my stomach didn't hurt afterwards, surprisingly, although I did take a nap. I ate 2 pounds of crab and then immediate sleep. See, like, I like crab legs a lot. Yeah, I went into hardcore hibernation. Crab cakes, if you get it made with like fresh crab, are fantastic. Crab bakes are also really good. It's like you have crab, you have a little bit of like sausage, some corn, some like maybe some mussels in a nice like, my favorite is probably more so like a Creole style sauce. It's so good. It's so good. And thank you for the hydrate. I have also made myself hungry talking about crab bakes. You know, I've only actually seen a little bit of on Host Club. Yeah, probably should hydrate after all the food talk. Which does remind me, I do actually have this written down, and it is a stretch goal for the future. I do want to at some point do a cooking stream. It's gonna be really, really awkward to kind of set that up, but I do wanna cook for you all at some point, cause I think that would be fun. The food version of hydrate, consume. You know, bet. That could happen. I could do that. I could do that, Faye. Consume redeem. Faye, I will take that. You don't have to make that offer twice. I will take that. I have a weakness in particular for chocolate chip cookies. I will not hide that at all. Like fresh baked chocolate chip cookies, I have a big weakness for those. Like, I will be totally honest. Oh my god. Oh my god. Last time that we had homemade chocolate chip cookies, I ate half the tray myself. Was it good for me? Probably not. Was it too many chocolate chip cookies? Possibly. They were so good, though. Like, I already love chocolate, so you put it in a good cookie, I will sit there and like eat. I will eat. I will sit there and just eat the cookies. And honestly, I will eat the cookies without milk. I will just eat the cookies straight out. Just cookies. Just give me the cookies. It brings back really good memories, because I used to sit around and eat chocolate chip cookies with like a nice cup of hot cocoa in the winter. God, that was good. Super cozy. I feel that, June. That's like me when whenever there's like licorice in the house. I am the only one in my house that will eat black licorice. So naturally, if there's like jelly beans, you know how they usually have a black licorice flavor? I end up receiving all of those. Because nobody else will eat the black licorice. So I will. I will eat all of the black licorice jelly beans and black licorice that enters this house. I will consume it all. Multiplying cakes. That's a mood. I feel that, Fluffy. Sometimes I feel like I just want to sit around and just eat. Depending on the ice cream cake. It's like if it's got a lot of decent flavors in it, I will consume that. It's a lot of ice cream and a lot of cake, but if it tastes good. Oh! Yeah, no, I've seen some flavors of sunflower seeds out in stores, and I'm just like, why? It's like, why do you make that a flavor? However, I will say my personal favorite flavor is probably the dill pickle. I like the pickle. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest. Oh yeah, no, some of the seeds inside the shell are burnt. That's usually what happens. They get burnt during the roasting, and they taste really weird. So I get that. I really get that. And then I'm pretty sure some of them are not, like... Cats are afraid of pickle. Oh! Oh, yeah. I forgot about the Weevil. But there is a fun fact about me. I do love pickled things, as well as sour. I do love some sour stuff. Yeah, exactly. Aika is right. We're fine as long as we know they're there. You get ambushed by a pickle. You can't take your eyes off of the pickles. You never know when they might appear from the shadows. I'm not gonna lie though. Nothing beats a good sandwich and just a fresh gherkin. You ever been to a deli and with your sandwich they give you a whole pickle? Just the entire thing? and you sit there and you're looking at it and you're just like, they gave me a whole ass cucumber. Like, if you've ever been to a place that gives you like fresh out of the barrel pickles, and you just get your order and you're like, holy shit, this pickle is as big, if not bigger, than the sandwich I just ordered. Oh. It's understandable. Like, everyone has their own preferences. Oh, Fluffy. The pickles that come out of the barrels are fucking amazing. They have a slightly different taste. They're so good.
Come on then, what is it? What mischief were you up to last night, hmm?
Alright, Sarge. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of the evening. Pickle mischief. Appreciate my sandwich pickle. Love that. Ow. Why bonk me? Just talking about pickles and sandwiches. Love that. I'm also not gonna lie, it did kind of make me hungry for pickles. Yeah. This had this really, like, comforting vibe. I should probably continue playing the game at some point. Aiko, they're just gonna hit me! You're just hitting me! Yeah. So, thank you for the hydrate. Before I get distracted, the tasty sandwich pickle. Beautiful. Love that. This is so good. Uh. 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 Love this. This is the best. uh. I. I love it. I love you, Faye. I love my mods. Oh, Faye.
Oh my, how lewd.
I appreciate you a lot. Thank you. God. Been making me smile so much tonight. I appreciate it. Oh, I love it. Right? Maybe that will be something. Well, maybe that would be something for a Discord watch along. Because that is taken from the English dub of the Neptunia anime. Oh, what kind? What kind? What flavor? Oh, brownie butter is so good. I love that. Which reminds me, in the near future, I will be getting that Blizzard. It's so good. It's so good. Blizzards are so good. I don't know if anyone else who has a Dairy Queen remembers this flavor or not. I also don't know if they still have it or not. But I used to get the chocolate extreme. Holy shit. The chocolate. The Choco Brownie Extreme. Yep. Exactly, Faye. I used to get that. There's so much chocolate in that. I could too at some point in the near future. Because I still have to, technically, I still have to get that, that Blizzard from, was it the first week of being an affiliate? I want to say it was either the first or just starting the second week. Which also reminds me, I still need to, like, set up the one thing, because that poll is completely unnecessary. I'm inadvertently reminding myself of stuff that I should be working on. Yeah, that Blizzard Squid. Exactly that Blizzard. Because we were talking about blizzards. It's honestly, I do recommend, like, at least the ice cream from Dairy Queen. I know that they're not, like, all over the place. They're usually pretty good. Yeah. I do, it is one of the things that I say a lot. Because my mind is extremely, like, I don't really know how to properly describe it. I kind of, like, inherited a thought pattern that makes me bounce around topics. So sometimes I remember things mid-topic and I'm like, oh yeah, I should probably do that. Oh yeah, I remember that one time. This one time at band camp, I'm going to bonk myself for making that reference. Oh, I love Dairy Queen. There's Dairy Queens like everywhere over here. They're good. The reason why I love Dairy Queen, by the way, is not actually the ice cream. It's the chicken strip baskets. Cat mom? Cat mom? Okay, Faye, I'm gonna need you to tell me what exactly that is, because I'm very curious. I am very curious what that is. And Oh! Yes. Yes. Anywhere that serves fresh ice cream. Yes. Absolutely. Fresh ice cream is amazing. Also, I have no idea how to play chess. Like, I am completely clueless. uh, y'all are cute. But, what was I saying about it? Oh yeah, the main reason that I actually enjoy Dairy Queen is, anytime. June, you're super cute. You are also a kitty, so thereby you are cute. You're all cute. I said it. There's no taking back. And you know what, Fluffy? I know I'm cute. Bitch, I'm adorable. I remembered. I did it. But I got distracted again. The reason why I like Dairy Queen so much is the chicken strip baskets. Yes. Not because of the chicken, but because the gravy that you get in the little cups for the fries and the chicken. Gravy is so good with the fries. Oh, I love it. Yep, I agree with that. That is something I'm adding. That is something I'm gonna add as soon as I find it. And Faye, anything, just listening to that, just seeing the word Village Tavern, I am all about that. I am all about that. I'm so for that. Cause I bet it's a place that has really fucking good food. And that's fair, Fluff. I do have a soft spot for like the white sausage gravy. I'm just gonna continue on. I'm gonna continue on. We're gonna just move on. Ooh. You know, spicy ketchup's fair. Ow. That was a fair bonk.
Oh my, how lewd.
Damn it. Fair.
Not.
Damn it. Oh, is that the place you were talking about with the really, really tender chicken tendies? Because if so, fuck yeah. Yes. You don't have to tell me twice. Yeah, I am super down for some good chicken. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Tempura fried chicken. Oh, yes. Oh. God, that's good. Also reminded me of something I fixed last week. I cooked tonkatsu for the first time. You know it's pork? But, oh, God. Gimme tempura, please.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Oh. Beckett, that's me after I have some, like, plain potato chips. Like, a bag of Lay's Originals. Just original Lay's. I eat that, my mouth is just salt. Which is odd, because I can handle, like, salt and vinegar chips much better than I can just original chips. I don't understand why. Also, oddly enough, I have had, like, all dressed before. I feel that. I feel that. I actually haven't had sunflower seeds in a while. How long have I been streaming? I have been streaming for almost 2.5 hours now. 2.5 hours of this stream and I'm still in the tutorial, technically. Because we've just been hanging out. You know, we're just having a good time. I'm talking about food. Am I a proper VTuber? Am I doing it right? 90% of the stream has been gump chat. That is fair. I don't know if I can actually die in this tutorial. I don't actually know if I can die in this game. You know, I am having fun. This is a lot of fun. This is why I look forward to every stream. It's like, I almost said the thing. I almost subconsciously said the line. I almost said the line. I'm just happy to be here. I'm just happy to be here. uh, I love that. I love how excited you all get for me saying a line. Cause I'll say it subconsciously. Like, you can tell I tried not to, but I say it so much that it's just like second nature. I just say it. That's just like I make inadvertent innuendos a lot. Like I will be honest, I make innuendos a lot. Unintentionally. And occasionally, my mind gets stuck in a mode where I just try to rhyme things. And I don't understand why. Because it's all in the reply, usually. That's fair, June. I am loathsome. Yeah. I think that's really, like, some really cool design. Like, it's very unique. I love this entire, like, art scheme. Like, the art direction on this is really good. I should probably get on to some of the other characters, because they also have really awesome designs. Like Shinji, we saw a little bit ago. Shinji is a really cool design. Yeah. So I should probably continue before I get sidetracked. A killer tried to take everything from us. You know, that's a good question, Fluffy. It's Starlight, I think is what they called it. Essentially, it's a laptop. It does kind of look like a DS, though. It does kind of look like a DS or one of those old flip DVD players. I used to have one of those. They were kind of cool. The syndicate is about to collapse. You need an investigator, and you're in luck. My diary's pretty empty today. Lady Love dies. I have authorized the use of Starlight. Take her and come to the island.
Investigate.
Your exile is over. Prison doors are open. Ooh! Hey! That's awesome!
Don't test me.
Judge, the barrier's still up.
The door to truth will open.
Starlight can dance her way through it. fall down to us and breathe life back into paradise. And you want me to just fall to the island? The islands haven't changed. The fall won't hurt you. Step off into the abyss and drop to the island. Lydia will be waiting for you.
Time to breathe life back into paradise.
And there's the line that Vil uses. I love it too. It's so good. It's so good. Also chalk that one up. There's another mention of the crab. Nightmare computer. We're gonna get up to 20 eventually. A nightmare computer from the depths of space that uses a language born on a long dead world.
I'm glad to be back.
Syndicate never upgrades. Starlight can emulate the OS and break down the components used in the symbols, but I need to work out how they are used. It's so cool. I love seeing like different techniques used here and there. It's really cool. I haven't seen these symbols before. It looks like a hieroglyphic based language. I need to find a clue to know which symbols release the lock. I can brute force it with trial and error, but I'm a busy woman now. Starlight can see the answer. I need to work out how to make it. Some of these parts should make the symbol I need. I love it. I need to select components from the ones available and match them to the top image, completing the puzzle. So like...
Nightmare computer unlocked.
Neat. I love that. That's good. Hieroglyphics takes me back to university. I was the only one in that arcane text class.
Sure.
Looks like the language is divided into different groupings of symbols for different types of objects the civilization found important. The rest of the Syndicate can't decode these. They have keys coded to the specific machines they're allowed to access.
Got it.
Data on nightmare computers is tamper-proof, sealed machines that hook into the fabric of the island. There'll be more on the island that I can unlock. Judge said they need me down on the island. The people that exiled me are dead. I need to find out the who, how, and why. That's fair. Time to fall into a pit of crime, a leap of faith into the sun-drenched abyss of memories, secrets, and crime. Sweet. Hey look, there's the island. And pyramids. Lots of pyramids. Yeah, this is gonna...
Paradise Killer.
That's a good question why they're in the ocean. But I'm not gonna lie, that's a hell of a way to open a game. I am on the ground now. That was a hell of a way to open the game. The Paradise Gates. No problem, Beckett. The passage to the next island sequence. The gates are in lockdown until I solve this case. That is... Is that gold inlaid with blood? Oh, that's fair. And alright, Fluffy, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good night. So now we're actually on the island. Yeah, right? Like, these pictures are made in what looks like blood. And I can oh, there's where I was. Seagulls. But, yeah. Log your visit. The Syndicate. Yeah, like... It either looks Babylonian or... Honestly, it's kind of giving me, like, Gilgamesh vibes. And the right one, I feel like, is more Egyptian. Oh, look, a computer. I didn't notice that. It's a obsidian obelisk. Wasn't Gilgamesh Sumerian? My history is a little, fuzzy. Yeah. Unable to interface. Requires software not yet found. Please visit Starlight's inventory and install any pending updates. Missing Cosmos. Yay. Lydia Daybreak. Judge said Lydia would be waiting for me. Time to find my ride. Oh, neat. Relation. Timeline. There's a map. I really dig this aesthetic because it looks like I'm staring at a CRT. Oh yeah. Inscribed in the surface, Starlight skin. Oh, there's different skins. You can edit the music? Oh, that's cool. This is really cool. Oh, hey, look. It's the painting again, but reversed. Our leader, Montserrat Breaker. That is a really... Ow!
Oh my, how lewd.
Well done. Well done. Dead Nebula Beard. Oh, I can sprint. The music is getting louder. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I did. Oh, what's this? Blood crystal. A prized unit of currency used by the Syndicate. Appreciate that. I'm gonna try not to. Oh. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Second heaven. That's an it is an interesting choice for a currency. I feel that. Yep. Destination rewards. Okay. All right. We're gonna move on now. If you suspect demonic corruption, report it. This is electronically locked. I need to find the power switchboard. Ah, so the power switchboard is all the way over there. So... time... oh. Yeah, let's save the game. I think that's a good idea, actually.
Getting saved.
Now it's time to talk to Lydia Daybreak. Right, since there's no autosaves. Lydia, it's been too long.
I'm glad you're back, LD.
Yeah, I love how vibrant her outfit is. It's such a nice color palette. Lydia Daybreak, your oldest friend. Born in Wana Falls, Kenya, in AD 1001, under the sign of Beautiful Spectre. The Syndicate's fairy woman, responsible for transporting the Syndicate to new island sequences. After an uninteresting childhood spent in worship of Beautiful Spectre, she enlisted in the army during her teens. Lydia became known as a Titan Killer after she successfully defended a temple complex from 3 monstrosities born from beyond the stars. She retired from the world of assassination when she met Sam Daybreak, fleeing to join the Syndicate together.
Ah,
Thanks, Starlight.
What?
Starlight's giving you the full 101, huh?
I'm glad to be back.
I've been in exile for 3 million days. She obviously thinks I need a refresher. What did I miss?
Evil stuff, LD. Last
Right?
night was a killer.
The council were killed just as the next island was born. Word is a killer got into their building and took a knife to them.
How?
How are you feeling? Messed up, LD. This is the worst. The islands need an investigator. You shouldn't have been exiled, LD. We needed you down there. Down here. That is a lot of days. Judge told me to bring you to them. Let's go see them then. One thing before we go, LD. I can ferry you around the island if you need me to. Save your feet from a hike. If you need a pickup, call me on one of the phones. The phones are deactivated since it's the end of the island, so you'll need to fire them up again. I already activated this phone for you in case you need to come back here.
Ferrywoman reporting for duty.
Time to ride, LD. Let's go! Seatbelts on, LD. How was exile? 3 million days just flies past. Cheer up, Buttercup. You're back on the island now. Back in the game. It's been so long since we rode together, Lydia. I miss the old days. I know. Us girls used to get shit done. It was fun back in the day. I love that. How have you been? All good. Life has been relaxed. We got a cat. It's a Bengal. I called it Dagger. You still painting? Uh-huh. Each island is more beautiful than the last. I like to capture them before they go. It's so good. I love that. I like your perfume, by the way. Oh, thanks, LD. Fruity one, isn't it? It's a unique blend that I got made this specially. It's nice. I'll have to get some on the next island. Sorry, LD. The blend is my own secret recipe. We're almost there. Go and speak to Judge if you want. If you want to hang, I'll be on the pier. It's been so long since I performed an investigation. You getting the fire back?
I was born to investigate.
Never left. I was born to investigate. Go get him, LD. Soundtrack is fucking awesome, too. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I just wanted to see. I want to check everything that I can see. My old gun. When the time comes to execute justice, she will sing the song of punishment. Right?
Hello, Judge.
Hello, Judge. Good to see Justice again. Birthplace, forgotten. Birth sign, forgotten. Every society needs a form of justice, and a syndicate member volunteered. They believed so deeply in impartial justice that they scrubbed their ego and fused themselves to the island, becoming judge. They would become the embodiment of justice, acting on behalf of the island. That is a funky design. Starlight is helping you navigate through the sea of truth already.
Judge.
There's a full look at Judge. Right? Look at those legs.
Welcome back to the blood-stained paradise, Lady Lovedice.
I think judge is indeed referred to as neutral pronouns.
The investigator is here.
Tell me about the crime.
Paradise Killer.
The council are dead. Our leader's gone. The black pall of crime hangs over us. Leader Montserrat has been taken from us. This game's cool. Like, the little bit that I saw from Vil playing it, I was like, okay, yeah, no. This game deserves at least a little checking out. It's cool.
What the hell?
The whole council were murdered at once. They gathered to birth the new island, our perfect new home, Perfect 25. Yes! I think this game is actually listed in the LGBT plus sale column on Xbox. I'm trying to remember. There's a lot of really fun games in that. It's like, I think they have it divided up. They have games that were developed within the community, games that have a strong presence in the community. And that's really neat. I like that. I've also learned about a lot of games. And it also reminded me that I need to play Celeste at some point. I love that. That is awesome. That is awesome, Beckett. At the end of their meditation, the killer struck. I love that. I'm excited to see more Beckett. I love that. Arrogance put the entire council in one room. Hubris is a large gap in armor. If you're a murder junkie, that's quite the hit. Same here, June. But learning about the development of Celeste really intrigued me. And hopefully, I'll be able to start playing some more games in the near future as well. Because I know I'm not able to play a lot of interesting games on PC yet, because my laptop is very limited in what it can do. But when I can get the proper desktop, I'll be trying out some things that I have been wanting to. I'm very excited.
What time?
So many exciting things. Midnight. The holy hour. The hour of weird. The hour of...
I don't like this.
Judge, I get it. All of the council were murdered last night at midnight.
Got it.
Do you have a suspect? It's a miracle. A mass murder in custody. Oh, a mass murderer in custody. Henry Division, a citizen possessed by a demon. He's killed before, a decade ago. He came back, We found the knife in his hand, the council's blood in his stomach. The oppressed rised up. Who'd have thought?
Where?
Where's the crime scene? The council's own penthouse. The brutalist tower that reaches to the sky. Ah! I hadn't seen that game in a little bit. Has anyone been in there?
Investigate.
The council are protected by the 4 holy seals. Only our leaders can open them. We cannot get into the crime scene. We cannot assess the slaughter.
How?
How did the killer get in?
Truth waits for you in the shadows.
Truth hides behind the smoke of crime. We only know the nature of the first holy seal. 2 of the finest god justice marshals, stationed as guards, as sentinels. Both butchered by the monster. Demonic sigils covered the suspect's body, scorched on him by the astral demon inside him. Those same sigils are dabbed in the marshal's blood at the entrance of the council building.
I don't like this.
If no one has been in the crime scene, how do you know the council are dead? Their work is done. A new island has been born, yet they have not emerged from their chambers. The accused was found with a red slick knife and a belly full of the blood of the council members.
Investigate.
In this instance, the answer to the terrifying equation is dreadful murder.
Sure.
I'm going to assume there are no eyewitnesses if it's a locked room murder. None that have come forward.
Why?
Why would someone decapitate the syndicate now? Is it an interloper, a god, a desirer of power? Is it naked ambition played out with a knife in a penthouse? Yeah. Yeah, they're slightly similar. English is a weird language. Or I guess I should say English is a fairly inconsistent language. I suppose makes sense because we borrowed a lot from other languages. No, that is fair. I fully understand that. Just speaking in yeah. Yeah. A power play? A sicko killing for kicks? The world's a twisted place. It wouldn't surprise me. The balance has existed for millennia.
Who?
Who's running the show now? I installed Architect Carmelia as the acting leader. We have birthed Perfect 25, a wonderful new home of her design. She is the best place to oversee this new transition. As bizarre as this vision of crime is, there is a further anomaly. Just one. You remember KHX? A master craftsman. What about him? He is missing. We haven't had any contact with him for several days. This is doubly concerning as he designed the second holy seal that protects the council.
The investigator is here.
Is he a potential killer? If you can track the right truth through the darkened forest of secrecy, you might be able to prove it. Yeah. This is a very interesting story going on.
Lady Love dies.
It's been a while since we needed you. The Syndicate is in danger. You're in danger. Unspoken things beyond the stars are in danger. The island will not give up its secrets easily.
Is paradise worth saving?
What is the truth? What are the facts? Are they the same? Evidence, testimony. They are yours to find, yours to take. We must find who did this.
Crime cannot hide.
Crime always wants to be found. The nature of crime is perverse. Starlight has the blood records of the Council. I have just updated Starlight with a blood sample of Henry as well. Use them to examine the murder weapon and crime scene. I need this solved so we can move on to the new island. The suspect isn't enough. I need concrete proof. I am linked to Starlight, a conduit of justice. She will track your case files. She has just unlocked her suspect module.
Investigate.
Investigate, interrogate, find the gold evidence in the silt of the island. When you're ready, bring them to me and we'll begin the trials. The trials will determine a guilty. Assemble your facts and present a truth to me. You may not understand your truths. Bring them to trial and we will reveal the guilty together and attain clarity. We can start the trials whenever you are ready. They will be the climax of your investigation, but you determine when that climax will be.
Truth waits for you.
Are you ready to investigate? This island will try to hide the truth from you.
When love dies, all that remains are the facts.
I would assume it has happened. When love dies, all that remains are the facts.
The journey into truth and justice begins.
Because I think in the opening thing they mentioned, in order to form the next island, there has to be the citizen slaughter ritual. She does have some thighs. Yeah, as far as I remember reading in the early things, this is sort of like pseudo-afterlife. Well, an ideology of afterlife. The ones in control, called the Syndicate, basically do a citizen slaughter ritual to make the next island of paradise until they get it, like, perfected. Yeah. It's like, this is some kind of, like, weird Vaporwave aesthetic dystopia version of paradise. Slaughter is a very specific word. It really is. A duel across the sun-drenched streets between the investigator and the truth. Paradise Island is yours. Crime details received. 2352. Henry Division escapes from Desolation Cell. Grand Marshal Akiko 14 is guarding him. Midnight. Ooh. Also, gotcha, Beckett. I'm gonna adjust my headset a little bit. There we go. Midnight. The council are murdered. Three. Henry is found outside the council building by Akiko. Akiko informs witness that Henry has been found and that the first seal guards are murdered. Then, Akiko confirms to witness that the holy seals are closed. She cannot secure the penthouse. Judge assumes authority over the island and locks Paradise Gates. 2. Syndicate meeting is held in courtroom. Judge appoints Carmelina as acting leader. Judge decrees that they are bringing Lady Love Dies out of exile. A full investigation will happen before the island ends. Judge activates Starlight and waits for Lady Love Dies to make contact. Crime details end. Oh, that was a few notes. Blood sample obtained. A blood sample taken from Henry Division, the prime suspect of the council murder last night. So, key. Let's see, key to the past, key to the future, key to your heart, key to the truth. Find out next time on Paradise Killer. And no, I'm not ending stream. I am just doing that for the bit. So now we've opened the door. And we're out in the city. AR mode. So now we can see all the different locations. Welcome back, Beckett. There's AR mode. Makes everything like a CRT. And there are different characters I can go talk to. There is a lot of stuff to investigate. And this fucker. A moment of your time.
I hate demons.
Am I going to be seeing a lot of you? What now? I understand you've got a lot on your plate. A mass murder on an island full of weirdos and all that. I feel you. I really do. It's pretty good. Yeah, no, Shinji is not wearing any pants, and it's also flipping me off. I'm getting mixed signals.
Don't test me.
Skip to the end. You know the blood crystals, the currency that you guys are so precious about? I took the liberty of acquiring some while everyone was leaving. Go on. Where is this going? I redistributed the wealth. Who to? Not who, but where. I've scattered it around the island. You'll need it. Crimson Acid will trade you blood crystals for secrets. If you want a cold, refreshing beer on a hot day, it'll cost you. Is it just me, or are the vending machines here a bit expensive?
When love dies, all that remains are the facts.
What would you know? You're from another planet. Hey, I'm just making conversation. Catch you later. And he just fucking explodes. Fish. Fish. Alright,
Blood crystal obtained.
blood crystal. Yeah, no, that is a really good choice of a sensor for Shinji. Oh. I'm gonna do that, because I feel like that's a good fast travel point.
Getting saved. Starlight
Symbols
skin
of
obtained.
justice. Starlight skin obtained. Justice, 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 justice. Nice. The ego must be seen. Apply your mark to everything you own. Generation Remix will never die. Kinda wanna see what's up here first. Island sequence. 20 memento obtained. 20th island sequence. Mountain collapses. Why? How? It was supposed to be perfect. Ooh, neat. I love like the little subtleties in this game.
The investigator, I presume.
What? That's not what I was expecting to find behind the waterfall. This is a cool fucking character design, though. Yeah, and that's understandable. Where did you come from? Where does anyone come from? Who are you?
My new name is One Last Key.
One last kiss. Kiss? Who's getting the kiss? Who deserves my last kiss? What kind of kiss is it?
The truth is all around you, investigator.
Is it a kiss of love, tender and sweet, or a kiss of death, dripping with poison and hate? When you look around this island, what do you see? Unknowable secrets, always on the edge of my vision, rarely allowing me to focus on them.
This island is 1,000 little tragedies waiting to be discovered.
I know where one is. Awesome. Love that, Faye. It is. I love the little double entendre in that. Love that. When things die, where do they go? Do you think I am dead? If I am, where I would be? If I am, where would I be?
Got it.
You want me to find your resting place, the Syndicate Graveyard. This little game better lead to something. I hope so too, investigator. So I like inadvertently found something behind the waterfall, and I think that's awesome. I see that. I see that sprite.
Those crystals obtained.
Not hiding anything from me. I'm used to doing out-of-the-map shenaniganry. Don't think I won't explore everything. Exactly. It's just common video game etiquette. If there's a waterfall, you have to see if you can get behind it. A tower that broadcasts music to the speakers on the island. There's a tape in here.
Music tape.
That's a good question. I kind of want to know if they explain that a little bit more later. I like how they handle the music in this too. Oh.
Those crystals obtained.
I'm gonna explore all of this. I feel like this is important. Oh, I know that feeling. I know that feeling so much. That's how I felt about Elden Ring. And I eventually ended up doing a double thing. I had a save for off stream, and then I also have a save for stream. So I advanced quite a bit further off stream than I did on stream. Because I wanted to enjoy things at my own pace, but also stream it. So I just doubled up. Yeah, in the end, the correct answer is whatever you have the most fun with.
Getting saved.
Whoa. I hear something nearby. Oh, that can't be good. And you know, June, this is kind of like open world Ace Attorney. K.HX certainly seems to have an obsession with Crimson. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Also, this character has an obsession with Crimson? Details. plot thickens. There's posters everywhere. Right? Ooh. Case file. Welcome. Case file work has not been carried out for 3,004,769 days. Nice. Please review the following information. All obtained evidence is stored in Starlight. Case files are opened automatically as you find evidence. Starlight will link each piece of evidence to the relevant suspect in each case file. Starlight will also update evidence as new facts are discovered. Starlight is limited to tracking and categorization. The investigator must use their intuition and reasoning to define the truths. Since this is the first piece of evidence you have acquired, Starlight will now display how the evidence is categorized. This is the only time this flow will be displayed. If you wish to see this flow every time you acquire evidence, please enable the evidence flow in the options menu. Okay, so this is like if you like it, you can enable this kind of thing. New session. Seems K.HX was obsessed with Crimson. Posters adorned his otherwise sparse workshop. K.HX is the Syndicate's master craftsman and designer of the Second Holy Seal that protects the Council. He hasn't been seen for a number of days. Okay. Suspects we have Grand Marshal Akiko 14, Carmelina Silence, Crimson Acid, Dr. Doom Jazz, Henry Division, Lydia and Sam Daybreak, The Witness to the End, and Yuri Knight. Right? I love that. Oh, notes. Crimson Acid, Dr. Doom Jazz, Yuri Knight, Lydia and Sam Daybreak, Grand Marshal Akiko 14, The Witness to the End, Carmelina Silence, Henry Division, K.HX. I love this. Names are really cool. Let's see. Paradise Island 249th Annual Worship Date with Crimson Acid Competition. Find a winning ring, pull on a can of Dead Nebula's new acid, its favorite premium beer, and win a worship date with your favorite idol. This is exciting. Yeah, I like that. There's an unsent letter to Crimson.
Sure.
K.HX is accusing her of using him to get the secret of the Second Holy Seal.
That's weird.
Was Crimson in a relationship with K.HX? He says the key is missing, and says he's going to tell Montserrat that Crimson took it. Why does Crimson want the key to the Second Holy Seal? There's a broken necklace with notiform. It's from Akiko. She asked K.HX to fix her necklace.
The investigator is here.
Maybe this puts her at the scene of the crime.
Got it.
K.HX's diary. A lot of notes here. Maybe? A lot of scroll and technical drawings. They're interspersed with ramblings about ascending to heaven. He seemed to think he was chosen by the gods. He talks about Crimson being his queen in the astral heaven.
That's
What was going on between them? Oh. This tuft of hair is coarse like an animal's.
What the
Hang
hell?
on. Is this goat hair? It's the same color as Crimson's head. I'm just happy to be here. Oh. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good night. There's no sign of a struggle or fighting. There's no blood. If something happened to K.HX here was cleaned up. I hear one more thing somewhere.
Ha-
Ah, there it is.
ha-
Those crystals attained.
I'm okay with this. I like this head cannon. Also, whoa. That's funky. I'm gonna go away from that because that's getting me. Oh, I have a flashlight.
Don't test me.
Drag marks leading off the edge of the cliff.
Ooh.
They lead away from
investigators here.
K.HX workshop.
Uh,
Suspicious. Oh. There aren't any footprints. Hard to say how many people were involved. Very suspicious. Oh. I'm gonna go find that save point real quick. Cause I know I know what I'm gonna be doing shortly. We gotta go identify the body. Oh, there's just a conveniently placed outline down here. And not... Whoa. That sky is really pretty. Conveniently placed outline. K.HX.
the investigator is here.
Was. Is?
I have a bad feeling about this.
Never been a fan of metaphysicality.
Got it.
I sometimes drank with him. He was quite reserved, but opened up after a beer. Intense guy, focused, obsessive. What is the body telling me?
Scene investigation.
Oh. K.HX suffered a massive blow to the head. There's blood everywhere, and it looks like the skull is cracked. He was struck once for his sake. I hope he died immediately. Victims of attacks from the front often know the attacker, so it was probably one of the syndicate. Death grip fist. K.HX's fist is gripping something tightly. It's an ornate ring with deep blue sapphire set into it. Why was K.HX gripping this so tightly when he died? Did this belong to the attacker? Oh no!
I don't like this.
I assume he was dragged here and dumped off the edge of the cliff. This is a secluded spot.
That's strange.
There's a ring in his death grip. Fist. Why was he holding this when he died? Is this a message? It's a gaudy ring with bright sapphire insert. Rest in peace, K.HX. I'll find out what happened to you. So he's no longer a suspect.
Those crystals obtained.
Or I guess he could still be a suspect. He's just no longer around.
Those crystals obtained.
So what's over this way? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, that is true. It depends on his death in correlation. Oh, this looks super pleasant. It's traditional to donate and let blood in prayer at a temple. Bloodlet and donate a blood crystal. Spend one of your 6 blood crystals. Why not? May the silent goat walk with me. Okay. That's an interesting way to let blood, but sure. Alright. Not gonna question it. Not gonna question it. That's exactly what I was thinking as well, Beckett. That is exactly what I was thinking. Lost pain carving obtained. Carving about the god Lost Pain. Escaped to the moon's dark side, has been leeching power from the core of the moon. Worshipped by the moon cult, he will drain the moon dry to regain his power. Desires to scorch the earth clean in his revenge. Relic obtained. Fleeting thoughts lost. Oh, fleeting thoughts, lost treasures, the remnants of lives lived, a vignette of another. A window in time. Well, that was interesting. Also, I feel like I'm moving around like I'm trying to play Doom or something. Playful stones obtained. A common game among children is celestial thrones. Stones are arranged on a grid, and players take turns moving them to capture the opponent's stones and stacking them. Neat.
Those crystals obtained.
Fair. I'm finding it a little odd that she's doing that for every jump. Yeah. Also, holy obelisks. Oh, hey. Drinks cost blood crystals. Should I use this machine? See what they got.
Relic obtained.
Power of goat soda obtained. A soda with additives to give you an energy boost. You too can have the power of the holy goat.
kiss.
Oh my god, this character is adorable. Gotcha, Beckett. Good to have some food. It does sound like a knockoff Red Bull. I love this little character design, though.
Please enjoy your cold, refreshing beverage.
So cute. It looks like a little space robot. Little astronaut robot. It's so good. Dead Nebula monitors the drinking habits of all inhabitants of the Paradise Islands, be they syndicate or citizen. For security reasons, we need to analyze your voice pattern. Please say the following phrase. This is a very adorable robot.
Dead Nebula, more refreshing than a cosmic apocalypse.
That is a hell of a phrase. Also, the insinuation that a cosmic apocalypse is refreshing leaves some questions. Dead Nebula, more refreshing than a cosmic apocalypse. You've gone soft, Lady Love Dies.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I'm supposed to be a valued customer. It's been a long time. The old Lady Love Dies would never have trotted out a corporate catchphrase. Exile has an effect on people. You know, that's fair. That's fair, Squid. What brings you back to the island? The council mass murder last night.
No way.
No way, we thought something was wrong. We got down to the last of our stock and no one's refilling us. The island can't end until I solve this case. Right? How's it feel being back on the beat?
I was born to investigate.
I was born to investigate. The Idle Lands are no place for an investigator. We feel you. Nice to see the investigation freak again. You got the inside scoop for me? Any weird drinking habits? When that demonic possession happened a decade ago, we sold a lot more sanity. People like protection. Sanity. Sanity. I'm gonna let that one linger for a second. I love that. I love that. I wonder what flavor sanity is. I'm curious. Also, before I forget, you know, that's fair. That is very fair. So, what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna take this moment to, since we've been talking to a vending machine after getting a drink, I'm gonna take this moment to refill my cup. So, 1 second. Well, probably more like a minute. I will be right back. And we will continue talking to the adorable vending machine robot. And I return. There we go. Whew. And nice. Nice little moment to like stretch. Get something to continue hydrating myself with. This is getting close to the longer ends for my streams. I'm kind of excited for that. This game's fun. I like this. It's very cool. Like, I'm all about this aesthetic. Alright. Does it actually work? Does anything? Listen, you're one of the good guys. We want to help you. You keep buying drinks, and we'll see what we can do. There's a broken vending machine in the warehouse. Someone jammed something in it. We think it may be an upgrade for Starlight. It's going to take some time to get the machine rebooted.
Buy more drinks.
which is code for buy more drinks. The island is hot. I'm sure I'll be thirsty. That's the spirit. We'll be in touch. Yeah, I just realized that it... Welcome back, Beckett. They said that in a warehouse, but they didn't specify which warehouse. Akiko's necklace found in K.HX's workshop. It's broken. It's found along with an order form for repair. Unsent letter to Crimson. K.HX is accusing her of using him to find the secret of the second holy seal. That sanity joke was amusing. Let's see. K.HX's body is at the bottom of the cliff. There's a load of evidence in K.HX's workshop related to Crimson. Did she drag and dump the body? So yeah, we know all of that stuff. And then there's the ornate ring and the drag marks for an unknown suspect. This is the boarding point for boat trips which go around the island. This sign says that the boat rides are shut down by Yuri Knight a few days ago.
Sure.
There's no reason given. I wonder why. Why would he shut them down early? Saving the game! Let's go!
Game saved.
Explore the beach while it's raining. And... oh, that is funky. Whoa. Sure is one funky sky. Ah!
Those crystals attained.
Yeah, there is a lot of references to the moon. The moon is huge, too.
Those crystals attained.
Apparently there's also a cult. Yeah, Lost Pain God. Yeah. Oh. Alright, Shinji. What do you guys say to me this time? Do you think whoever did the murder is evil? They have to be, right? Murder is evil and so on.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Evil is a worthless trait cowards assign to people they wish didn't exist. It's a hand wave. By not examining why we think of them as evil, we learn less about ourselves and our society. The Syndicate is trying to resurrect a race of alien gods that enslaved man and fought millennia-long wars. I don't think you should be spouting off about evil. Yeah, she's really analytical. You know what, Shinji? I agree with you. That's a surprise. I had some time to think in the Idlelands. Oh man, I love it when people lose their faith. Have a good one, you heathen. And he just fucking explodes and leaves. I think that will always, like, get me. But yeah, no, I agree. I actually like that point. That's a very good point. It's just so absurd. He could, you know, he could poof away in like a cloud of smoke. But no, he's like, I'm gonna fucking explode because that's extra and over the top. Exactly.
Those crystals attained.
I also like that every time I pick something up, the music like slows down or stops and starts. A horrified ghost. It happened right here. Can you believe it?
Sure.
Believe what? A horror. A waking horror. This island. It's a carnival of nightmares. It has its charms. You're insane. All of you. Insane. Agreed. You're lucky. You weren't got by him. By who? The vampire. That horror. The vampire horror. A vampire killed you? On this beach, a nighttime stroll resulted in gross murder. When was this? What is time on these islands? No one cared. No one believes in vampires. It happened. I can't leave this place until I know there is evidence.
I need to investigate this.
Finding evidence is what I do. The horror. And yes, I was intentionally reading all the ghost's lines in a monotone voice. I have a headcanon that this horrified ghost speaks in a monotone voice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Quivering jellyfish corpse obtained. On one night every month, lots of jellyfish commit suicide by beaching themselves. It is speculated that this is this is related to the cycle of the moon. Well, that's kind of ominous. Okay, the icon for the ghost is kind of weird. That's a good question. Hey, look, another vending machine. Let me check over here real quick. And I'll come back.
Those crystals attained.
Oh.
Those crystals attained.
Another blood altar. May the silent goat walk with me. There's the there's that animation again. Endless Moon carving obtained. A carving detailing the god Endless Moon. The Goat Woman settled in France and defended the country from dire roads. Imprisoned in the underground palace in France during the Great Betrayal. There's a lot involving the moon. Drinks cost blood crystals. Should I use this machine? Oh, C5. Let's go. See what this one is.
Relic obtained.
Pillar flower obtained. A standard carbonated soda drink. Popular with people that enjoy sitting on their balconies, trying not to look their neighbor in the eye. That's oddly specific. What the fuck? Hold up. Hold up. I love the description. It is like so absurdly specific. Also, I feel like the fucking thing is on fire. Huh. It is indeed on fire. That's interesting. Island Sequence 22. Memento obtained. 22nd Island Sequence. The vampire murders begin. We will be haunted by this vile monster in our ranks. Okay, so there is a fucking vampire. But where? Yeah, at least it's an intentional fire. Looking around the houses, I don't think anyone is going to mind. Oh. Doink.
Relic obtained.
Shameful fake golden crown. Someone used the black market for status. Foolish reprisals are often deadly. You know, that's fair, Faye. I have a vague idea of what this game is about. I think June summed it up the best, as this is basically like... it's basically like open world Ace Attorney.
Blood crystal obtained.
And right? It's very easy to tell what's a gate. I'm just gonna jump over that. That'll be fine. Glittering sequin ward obtained. Strange folklore developed among citizens believing that scattering sequins outside their home would ward off demons. Yeah, yep. That's pretty much what this is. We're an investigator that's been, an investigator for paradise. Which is, it has some kind of, like, blood-sacrificing religious undertones. And, celestial horrors. And moon gods, apparently. Lots of moon gods. Also Vaporwave. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I think I heard Dead Nebula again. Blood crystal, let's go.
Crystal obtained.
What's this? Why can't I turn this on and off? I'm just gonna leave that on. I think it'll be fine. Right? Oh god, I heard the laugh. Also, welcome back, Newly. Oh, I was like, something over there glowing? This game's really interesting. D1. That is not D. Newly.
Relic
Yes.
obtained.
000 obtained. A fruit-flavored soft drink. Makes you think of caring for your sick mother, and when you went traveling to Egypt with a group of friends, you have done neither of these things. Huh. Interesting. I don't know how to respond to that. It's like extremely specific, but also like what?
Blood crystal obtained.
I guess AR mode. I'm curious about this over here. Oh, Starlight's calling. Hello. I was hoping you would have come to see me by now, lady. Hello, Crimson. You remember my voice, but you don't come and visit. I wanted to, but I have no idea where you are on the island. Come and find me in the sewers under the apartments. I have a nice little setup there. What are you doing in the sewers? Been gone for 10 islands. Things change. I'm trading secrets for money. I've got things to tell you for a price. I've got something for Starlight as well. A nice upgrade that will shine a light on some truths. Going to need some firmware upgrades to break into all of the nightmare computers. I've got one to sell you. Then I'll take a trip to the sewers. If you're having trouble finding me, use Starlight's AR mode. Starlight's functionality is supposed to be a secret. Get with the program, lady. I've just set myself to findable. I'll show up in the AR mode now. I'll be waiting. Bring crystals. I'm not running a charity. Well. I guess we're going to see Crimson. Dead Nebula, the mascot, was designed many islands ago by the artist Renoy. Kids love him.
Relic obtained.
Idiotic loyalty levels obtained. A poster showing the different tiers of loyalty a customer can achieve with the Second Heaven loyalty card. Oh, thank you for the posture check. And I do! Aha!
Relic obtained.
Wretched CD obtained. A CD containing obnoxiously Esoteric music by the embryonic adults. Completely unlistenable. It really does. I love this. Unavoidable pain pills obtained. All workers on the island require prescribed pain medication. All goods produced in the farm and deep factory have to be hauled by hand. If it was good enough in ancient Egypt— oh god. Oh no. Dog treats obtained. Delicious Dead Nebula branded dog treats. Love this logo. Very pretty. The plaque says the blue goat brings fruit.
Relic obtained.
Duplicated rotten egg. They really do. Some citizens formed a black market in eggs. They found a way to illegally get large quantities of them to illicitly trade. There's an illegal egg trade? What is this place? Increased employee card obtained. Ezra Albertine, assigned to the Realty Folding Drive Power Station. Oh, yeah. Found next to a fish tank. You know, Fairfay. You know what? I'll take your word for it, Faye. You are very trustworthy. So, I would imagine you have the inside scoop. You know, I will. I will take your word for it. You are my fact checker. Hey, look, another vending machine. B5. See what this drink is. Hey, look, we found sanity. We found it. A delicious green tea that is known to help you remain calm and collected in the face of cosmic insanity. Other flavors were introduced, but all failed. So sanity is green tea. Interesting. Right? Cosmic insanity. I love this. Oh, it's another blood fountain. Oh, blood fountain. I think I'm gonna skip on that one just in case. So we don't know how much Crimson is going to sell this part for. Oh fuck! There's another ghost. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to piss blood on the pyramid this time. I agree, Squid. 100% trustworthy. You know, Faye, I will be sure not to do that thing. Exactly. I will be sure not to do that thing you just told me not to do. I will be sure not to do that. You know, that is true. That is fair. That's very fair. What's this? Oh shit! I found a bar. Time moves differently on the island. I can't decide if I like it. Nor can I. It does things to people. What kind of things? It twists people, distorts their hearts. I think that's happened to me. So do I. Thank you, Beckett. Love that. Love that. Chaos Domain Whiskey obtained. Thank you, Faye. Love that. Thank you, Faye. That was good. That was good. Made in ex-bourbon casks. Has a fruity taste, best savored in an enveloping fog. Do not look at the other people enjoying the fog. Huh. That sounds ominous. Kinda makes me wonder what's in that.
Relic obtained.
Ooh, a love letter. A love letter from a young couple. R. Says he'll kill the moon with a railgun to prove his love to L. You know, that's fair. I like... I've been enjoying this. It's kind of weird. Yeah, right? Sequious. Also, you know, this game has a lot of shit involving the moon. I don't know. There's so much stuff, like, involving the moon, but I don't know. Yeah, the moon's cool. I love space. I love the space rock. Regulates the ocean. Though, like, gotta admit, it's gotta love someone a whole lot if they're willing to kill the fucking moon with a railgun.
Getting saved.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what would be accomplished by killing the moon. I feel like that would be bad. Are they trying to kill the rock?
Ha. Ha.
Yeah, this game is kind of wild.
Relic obtained.
Coveted loyalty card obtained. A loyalty card for the Second Heaven convenience store. They pride themselves on their fried chicken. There's only one convenience store on the island. This card says, in association with Dead Nebula. Also, Squid inadvertently over here reminding me of basically the entire plot of Bloodborne. And you know what, Beckett? I think it is. Oh my god, there's two of them. Well, we might as well. Shinji! What you gotta say this time? You crazy non-pant wearing demon. You met that Yuri creep yet? He seems like a bad time. A real bad time. You know, Faye? It might be now. It might be now. That's good. That's a that's a muse. The Void Maids. I should. You know what? You know what? I'm changing the Discord role. I'm changing the Discord role. I'm gonna do that after the stream. I do need a base roll. Yeah, I need to set that up. Because I'll have to go redo permissions and stuff. Voidlings for reading and void maids for the pink. You know, that's a good idea. I agree with this. This is a good idea. I'll have to do that. Spineless though, you know, Chief. Like, could that sack of shit actually kill the council? Okay, Faye, that is a super adorable mental image. Ooh, book mimics. Hey, you mentioned book mimics. They're tasty. The question is, Squid, is it a trick on me? Or is this exactly playing into my plan? And Squid, I eat books because that's how I consume knowledge. Also, they're mimics. They're mimics, so they're not actually books. And thank you for the hydrate, Beckett. See, Mimics made me distrust chests in every, like, FromSoft game. Even though I know that they're not in Elden Ring, I still don't trust chests. But yeah, no. Book Mimics. Good snack. Good snack for a being of the void itself. Also, I am super excited to work on updates to my lore in the near future. I'm just happy to be here. Cheese! Hi, Cheese! Cheese's friend. How are you, Cheese? Thank you, Faye. Oh, thank you, Cheese. I appreciate that. It's good to see you. Hey. I'm also not gonna lie. I like that we're like 4.5 hours into the stream, and much like Faye, I still really don't know what the fuck is going on in this game. But you know what? I think that's fine. I love that. I love that emote. Oh, burb. This game is like the epitome of a fever dream, with like some vaporwave thrown in, and some really, really dark undertones. Hey, I am a curious cat. I have to at least try to figure out what's going on. Yeah, I fully agree with that, Beckett. Love that. Yeah, this is a very different Shinji. I kind of wish Shinji in Evangelion was like this. That'd have been a much different anime. I kind of want to see that now. He's got a secret, though. You can tell. Everyone here has a secret. Don't get smart with me, Love Dies. If they had the funny censorship, yes. I would love that. Also the fucking exploding every time he leaves. Can I just say that I really enjoy the fact that he just explodes every time he leaves? For no reason. Oh. Wait, I have an idea. What the fuck? He's over here? He's over here. You know, I'd kind of want to watch that just because it sounds amusing. There's a ladder. Oh, don't tell me that's a... Oh, is that a jumping puzzle? Might be. You know, I can imagine what the dog's doing. Because currently he's living life. It's true. Shinji's design is like so unique and stands out. Especially the little censorship thingy. The censorship thingy is probably the best part. Oh. Oh. I tried. I put in an effort to try and go somewhere that the game probably doesn't want me to go yet. Okay, Crimson's over there. Electronically locked. I'll have to find... Oh, Shinji's in there too. And there was an effort made. Oh, another music tower. Let's see what this tape is.
Music obtained.
That's super cozy.
Blood crystal obtained.
Hey, another blood crystal. Gaudy blood pendant obtained. A gemstone fused with the owner's blood, worn by the prideful with something to show. Yeah! Like, the little details are so neat. Suspicious videotape obtained. Unmarked videotapes strike fear in the minds of the cautious. What's on it? Who made it? Why was it abandoned? Will I be put on the list if the authorities know that I have it in my possession? Huh. Suspicious VHS tapes. Neat. Oh, hey, look.
Blood crystal obtained.
How'd that get in there?
Sorry.
This paradise is creeping me out. When the veil falls and the naked body of crime is exposed, the island begins to crumble. Balance is tilted and the illusion falls apart. Exactly. That's poetic. I'm trying it out. I know you think I'm an asshole. I'm speaking a nice go. It's hard though. You're doing well. You're making me blush, love dies. Peace. Oh. You know, Shinji's kind of growing on me.
Relic obtained.
Glittering golden crown obtained. A sacred reward for pyramid envisioning. A citizen was very faithful. Yeah. He's been a very helpful demon. Black says the green goat sparks a flame. Black says the green goat sparks a flame. Save the game.
Game saved.
Yeah. He is constantly flipping me off. This is where, oh, Crimson is over there. Let's go over here. I could go down the ladder, or I can just say fuck that and jump down. The exploding demon with the dog snoot. Oh! Desirable Bear-chan charm obtained. Bear-chan, a famous dog on the island that saved a man's life. It's a doge. I got a phone charm. I love it. I love that. Let's see. Is there anything else over here that I should be concerned with? Also, Love Dies is fast. Like, holy shit, Love Dies is fast. You got some legs. Oh, hey, look. It's Crimson.
Crimson acid.
Syndicate. Oh, well, I couldn't read all of that. Good to see you again, lady. It's been too long. Accurate.
Crimson acid.
Born in the hospital of our martyred goat. England in AD 1002 under the sign of Endless Moon. As a teenager, Crimson left home to fight for Endless Moon in France. She excelled at guerrilla operations and became known as the glamour of the battlefield due to her stunning beauty and presence. When the Great Betrayal happened, she fled to join the Syndicate. Hello, Starlight.
I have my ways.
We're in a dark time. Someone has played a hell of a hand against the Syndicate. It's bad enough to bring the Exile back. Yeah,
Sorry.
forgive me for being blunt, Crimson, but... The head? Things change. While you were gone, I got blessed by the gods. The new look suits you.
Good work.
Adds a certain je ne sais quoi. to the ensemble.
What the hell?
What's the A to B to C with the sewer pad? Quiet place to get away from everyone. After I became blessed, Montserrat convinced me to be the Syndicate's idol.
We're in a dark time.
Someone for the citizens to look up to. You pray hard enough and serve all the gods as best you can, yada yada. That kind of thing. It's good to have a place to hide away and run my sideline. Everyone needs their own space. What happened to the glamour of the battlefield? Been a long time since anyone called me that. The old life is over. You miss it. Everyone misses their old life. Nostalgia is a curse, lady. I don't miss exile. Give it time, you're stepping into the viper's nest. So, you want to buy a secret? How can I help, lady? Crimson, have you got any upgrades for Starlight?
Don't be coy.
You've come to the right place. I guess you're breaking into those nightmare computers looking for evidence, right? I've got an upgrade which will give Starlight the ability to read more of the symbols. Get you into more systems and more evidence.
Good work.
I can do it for 10 blood crystals. Best offer. I think the upgrade's worth
Oh,
it.
I'm glad to be back.
I'll take it. Vision of Cosmos. Oh, well, I can go back to the first one. Oh, achievement. Hell yeah. Nice doing business with you, lady. You'll need to install this manually, lady. Take a look in your inventory. If you need more upgrades, you'll have to look elsewhere. That's the only one I have. You should try buying a drink if you haven't. Meat on the street is that dead nebula knows where one is.
The investigator
I'll
is
keep that in
here.
mind. I also heard one of the power station employees found something they shouldn't have.
Got it.
I'm on it. How can I help, lady? Selling any skins for Starlight? Sure am. 1 skin for 1 crystal. Well, that's a deal. Hell yeah. Enjoy.
Key item obtained.
Vision of Cosmos obtained. A knowledge tablet for Starlight. Please manually install from Starlight's inventory. These symbols were carved on an altar on a frigid asteroid following the wake of destroyed Eden. Allows Starlight to process Cosmos glyphs.
Starlight gets
Investigation Freak obtained. Can she breathe life back into paradise? Hang out. Got time for a chat, Crimson? You find yourself on an island full of criminals, lady. Are you one? Are you one of them? A criminal plotting the downfall of paradise? Not for the crime you're investigating. What does that mean? All shops need stock. My trade is secrets. I don't have a wholesale supplier I can get deliveries from.
Why?
Why you? Boredom mostly.
Doesn't add up.
I never should have let Montserrat convince me to be an idol. There's nothing wrong with being an idol.
I have my way.
There isn't, but it's not the life for me. I was caught up in wanting to help the Syndicate. I gave up a life I loved. We're the Syndicate, the ruling elite. It is easy for everyone in that tower to think that crime is something everyone does but them. I'm just keeping a record.
Sure.
Which you sell.
Nice doing business with you.
You're the one buying. What secrets do you have Anyone got a motive for last night?
Business is booming.
Lady, I've got lots of secrets to sell. I can give you a lot of different people's motives. Just don't have an opinion about who did it.
Got it.
That's what I'm wondering. Who's got the motive then?
B.
These all come at a price. I'm not handing out candy. Secrets take a lot of work to acquire. That's something on the Grand Marshal, the architect, the doctor, the happy couple, and witness.
Business is
Take your pick. Come with your wallet. Going to make a tidy profit. You got a point. Any reason why you would kill the council? I'm going to be straight up with you, lady. This island is full of snakes. I want you to hear this from me.
Who knows?
I hate what the Syndicate have done to me. I'm an idol they trot out to rally the citizens. I gloss over the misery with a pretty smile. I haven't got anything against idols, but this isn't for me. Montserrat developed into paranoia. Sorry to speak ill of the dead. He was tightening his grip on us all. One of the first things to go on the next island is my little emporium. Dictators can't have someone peddling secrets, can they? That enough to drive you to kill the entire council? No, I didn't do it. But someone did, and they're going to want to shift the blame. That's why I'm being straight with you. You think Henry did it? Do you? I'm asking you.
Secrets breed
I don't have
mysteries.
enough details. How did he escape? How did he breach the seals? The answer to every question seems to be a hand wave, and he's possessed by a demon. Convenient answers are dangerous. Ugh. Fair enough. Did it. Got it. Thank you. I found a tuft of your hair in KHX's workshop. And
Crime cannot
that puts you
hide.
at the scene of the disappearance. Come on, lady, you know that doesn't prove anything. We need to talk, Acid. You never call me Acid.
Crime is repulsive.
Why was K.HX accusing you of stealing the key to the second Holy Seal?
What do you mean?
Shit.
Is this a fact?
This makes you a
Or a
prime
trick?
suspect. Spill it.
We're in a dark
I
time.
promise I didn't kill the council. I need you to know that. Get on with it. The Holy Seals are the holy grails of secret hunters. They're so locked down and under wraps.
You're
I was
letting the
losing
snakes
sleep
get
each
to
night
you.
thinking about them. I knew KHX designed the second seal, so I started talking to him. Also knew he was obsessed with me.
The investigator is
Obsessed?
here.
Doesn't add up.
More than I expected. I thought he was just horny for me. But he had got it into his head that if we achieved perfection on the next island, he'd ascend to heaven.
Paradise feels wrong.
His diary called you his queen in the astral heaven. Good snooping, lady. Since I'm blessed by the gods, he coveted me as a trophy queen.
Secrets breed
The guy was
mysteries.
out of his mind.
I have a bad feeling about this.
You keep using the past
Don't be
tense.
coy.
I'm not stupid. The council got on the bad side of a killer, and the person who designed part of their security is missing. He's either dead or might as well be.
Crime is repulsive.
Did you do it? Please. Even if he was going to squeal to Montserrat? I talked him down. I strung him along in a relationship. I could persuade him to do almost anything. Except to give you the secret to the second Holy Seal. There was a data key he guarded. I took it, made a copy. How did you copy it? You ask a lot of questions. Someone in Masahiro Heavy Industries owed me a favor. That favor was an hour in one of their high-end computer labs. It turned out to be a heavily encrypted digital key in a flash drive. Put the key back in his workshop, apologized profusely, and did something to take his mind off it.
Sure.
Did you use the key? No. I know where and how, though. The obelisks on the beach. The key works on them.
Sure.
And that's the second steel secret. No, there's more, but I don't know what. Why didn't you use the key?
Honey.
Bad vibes, lady. I could feel it in the air. Things were happening on the island.
The facts and the truth are not
This
the
will
same.
make you a suspect, Crimson. I know. So let's see. Why would Akiko kill the council? Secrets aren't free. Damn. Okay. May your journey be endless. And may you reach the moon. There's the moon again! We're back to the moon.
Install complete.
Oh my god, I heard that dial-up noise. I hear something around here, but I don't know where it is. I also hear Shinji. Whoa. Monument to the Moon, the sphere of death that is split in two by a great chasm. I can feel the grim silence from the deserted city on the dark side. Well, that's interesting information. Sewer maintenance access. Another desk apartments. Small rooms and some have an ocean view. A terrifying, harrowing view of liquid abyss. Mahjong Club meets in one. Oh, huh. Yeah. That was a lot of information. A lot of very useful information. The vending machine. I love, like, the contrasts are so good. C2. Let's see what this is. Acid's Favorite obtained. A premium beer marketed by the arcane idol Crimson Acid. Citrus flavored and light. Perfect to drink in a bar with friends or at home, alone. contemplating all those things you're going to do. And that's all my blood crystals for now. Made it. Let's go. There is an awful lot. Electronically locked. Let's find the switch for it. Oh. It's locked from the other side. Now, I guess I could also just...
Oh, I'm glad to be back.
An oasis in this tropical heat. But I need 5 for that. Okay. So I need to get 5. There we go. Now I can open this. There we go. Unlocked it.
Getting saved.
Sweet. Cacti. Lots of cacti. Locked from the other side, huh? Ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, right?
Those crystals obtained.
1 blood crystal obtained.
Those crystals obtained.
2 blood crystals obtained. I hear one more up here somewhere. Also locked from the other side.
Those crystals obtained.
Hey, thank you. Learning. Sort of how this game wants you to move. I dig it. I like this. I hear Alright, Shinji. What you got for me? You know what I like? Long walks on the beach. Something on the beach, if you know what I'm saying. I was going to say knives. I like knives. I like knife crime. Good stab. An excellent slash. You put a knife in the right hand, and you can change the world. That was ominous. Oh. Oh.
Those crystals obtained.
Yeah, that was definitely the most ominous thing he said so far. Blocked from the other side. Oh, there was a ladder there. Look. Oh, wait, how do I... How do I... Oh. There was a door. Malicious secretive cassette obtained. Syndicate monitor all phone calls, so citizens record messages for each other on cassette tapes. Oh. Oh, that sounds super sketchier. Got it.
Relic obtained.
Resonant photo of a man obtained. Yeah, Big Brother Syndicate is listening in. Sadness drips from this photo. Interesting.
Relic
Wonderful
obtained.
crystallized tear. When the moon shimmers, the right mix of intense sadness and anger may cause tears to crystallize as they fall. Huh. That is super intense. Oh, I think I see another blood crystal. This is number 5 that we need, right? Syndicate Apartments. Aromatic mushroom obtained. Mushrooms grow all over the island and are prized for their variety of flavors. Hey, look, it's Shinji again. Yeah. I feel like I could talk to you all day, look, guys. What's on your mind? Everything. Nothing. You know how it is. Feeling quite relaxed.
The investigator is here.
You're the only one on this island that is. That's why you're in this situation. Too many people that take things too seriously. They don't think about others, just their own advancement. That isn't how a perfect society runs.
That's strange.
Do you come from a perfect society? You don't get this attitude and charming personality unless you come from a place where everyone in the government is looking to scapegoat you for their own cruelty and fuck-ups.
Got it.
You, personally? Of course not me personally. Lower class. No time to chat, things to do.
That's
But
weird.
I thought you said... Huh. You know, I can't quite get a read on Shinji.
Game saved.
Shinji is quite the enigma.
Ha.
Those crystals obtained. Relic
Fascinating grasshopper obtained. Right? I'm really intrigued by that. Questionable donation obtained. Citizens sometimes throw coins in the fountains for luck. Luck doesn't exist. Chinko machine.
Relic obtained.
Lurid crimson acid foam charm obtained. A Crimson Acid Phone Charm. Mostly collected by men, but she has quite a few female fans. Nice. Listening Stone obtained. A small but bright stone. Looking at it makes the world around you fade away, and you can hear distant memories imprinted on the stone by the wearer. This one is full of happiness. Right? It's like, that's the whole thing with, like, Madoka as well. The whole time, up until, like, a certain point, it's just your opinion of Cubase changes.
Getting saved.
They're very... Exactly. Making you realize that things aren't exactly, like, clear-cut.
Those crystals obtained.
Foot bath time! Let's go! Taking a foot bath. An oasis in this tropical heat. The water in paradise is good.
What the hell?
I feel like I've got a little pep in my step now.
That's strange.
It feels like if I was in the air, I could just dash around.
A dash unlocked.
Please tap the sprint button while in the air to perform an air dash. These islands are weird. Oh. Alright. Oh. Yeah, no, that's very useful.
Getting saved.
Okay, yeah, no, that's gonna make things significantly easier.
Those crystals obtained. Those crystals obtained. Those crystals obtained.
Oh my god.
Crystals obtained.
Oh, I got all of my blood crystals back.
Those crystals obtained.
Right? I hear Shinji. Exactly. Who's gonna tell me no? Who's going to tell this badass investigator that she can't turn on the faucet and leave it? No, no one is brave enough. Sometimes I just feel defeated, you know?
How?
How do you pick yourself back up? On my planet, there's this musician I like. Creates music that takes me away to another place.
I'm glad to be back.
That sounds nice. I have a musician like that as well. Uninterested, Love Dies. This conversation is about me. Whatever, I'm going to smash some bottles or something. Thanks, Shinji. Oh. Thought we were bonding for a second. Oh, that's weird. That's gonna take some time to get used to. Fair. I mean, you see how she was running? Like... Oh, fuck. Well. Wasn't necessarily the intended place, but made it here anyway.
Relic obtained.
Ultimate tea obtained. Genmaicha is the best tea ever. Oh, it's the best tea. Anyone that says different is a liar or hasn't tried it. That's a straight fact. Well, ultimate tea. Now we know. I also like that I was brought here to investigate a case and I've done nothing but run around the city. Talk to like 2 people. Actually made it? Let's go.
Relic obtained.
Yeah. I'm assuming it does too. Well-loved cicadas? Obtained. A craftsperson's tools are a thing of beauty. The grip has been worn into the perfect fit for the user's hands over years of use. I have never seen that word either. And that's true. After 3 million days, I think I would go crazy. Polite luxury chocolates. The standard gift given to the host when syndicate members visit each other. Oh, hey! Witness to the end. I love it.
Witness to the end.
Under the gaze of the gods.
The so-called investigation freak returns to the island sequence. Oh, well that makes sense. That makes more sense because I'm pretty sure this developer is actually based in England. That makes sense.
Witness to the end.
Overseer of each dying paradise. Born in the Chaos Palace in northern Iran in AD 981, under the sign of Destroyed Eden. Yeah. As a child, Witness was enslaved under the banner of Crying Grudge, and put to work building the perpetually growing Chaos Palace in North Persia. During the Great Betrayal, Witness refused to budge in his devotion, fleeing to hide within the impossible labyrinth of the Chaos Palace. Ezekiel found Witness and urged him to follow him. They became close. Witness was still a young man, and Ezekiel older and wiser. Witness looked up to him as a father figure after being taken from his own father at a young age. Witness holds a great deal of responsibility, overseeing the end of an island. He ensures every failure is perfect. He collects and breeds rare plants in his penthouse. Good to see you again, Witness. Apologies for Starlight. I do remember you.
Other holy masters.
How long has it been since you last did work for our holy masters?
Other gods work in esoteric ways.
Time moves so strangely here. We are grains of sand that drift in the astral wake of the heavenly titans.
The gods are displeased.
Especially after last night. The island is ready to end. The time flow is broken. The gods are displeased.
This island is full of sinners.
We are supposed to be their loyal servants, our only purpose to resurrect them. Now we squabble and scheme. Our holy work brought to a screeching halt by murder.
The end times are looming.
The end times are looming. So many have strayed from the path. This must be a sign from the gods.
Ooh, the investigator is here.
The gods are capricious idiots.
Another sinner.
Another sinner fallen from the light and into heresy, just like the rest of this island.
Don't test me.
We're devoted to them. Don't think they're righteous.
Is this a fact?
I'm here to
Or
weave
a
some
truth?
truths, not do their work. You have forgotten our holy purpose as well. Too many have.
That's strange.
So the holy proclamations. This isn't your usual style. Far too much has happened in your absence. Truths have become more mutable. Our masters are not being served. The syndicate has lost its way. I have not strayed from the path.
The gods are displeased.
Too many of us have forgotten what it means to serve our masters. I fear last night was one of our punishments.
Other gods work in esoteric ways.
Or maybe it was a divine reminder. Our gods work in esoteric ways.
The gods are displeased.
That's fair. It is interesting to see this. Just seeing how it's portrayed. Are you here to punish the wicked monster that committed this atrocity?
I am still bathed in the glory of the gods.
The sinner that allowed demons onto the island, will he burn in the fire of justice? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate that. How are you feeling about losing your jurisdiction?
The end times are looming.
Judge has no right. It just proves how far this island has fallen. A holy man should be allowed to do his holy work.
Investigator.
Now, how can I assist you with your holy work? Actually, hold on. Want to chat, witness? I must warn you that I am not one for long conversations.
The gods are watching us.
The gods are watching us. Do you think they are happy with what they see?
That's strange.
What's with the zealot thing you've got going on?
The gods are radiant.
The gods are radiant and this island does not bask in the light. I came to realize this, and now I live only to serve them.
Other holy masters.
Please tell me you also devote yourself to the holy masters. I am a servant of the gods, but I have a job to do.
What?
Everything is secondary to our holy work.
I don't like this.
The recent bloodbath says otherwise.
The gods are watching us.
Please join me in prayer.
Under the gaze of the gods.
Journeyed across the stars. He came to us and gifted so much. He was the first, the holy catalyst. Man's dark age was scorched by fire of devotion. In the face of sin and heresy, I sing the silent goat. He heard us in the crystal caves, he will hear us again. The first, the holy catalyst, the silent goat. May we always walk with you. Journeyed across the stars, he came to us and gifted so much. He was the first, the holy catalyst. Man's dark age was scorched by the fire of devotion. In the face of sin and heresy, I sing the silent goat. He heard us in the crystal caves, he will hear us again. The first, the holy catalyst, the silent goat. May we always walk with you. You are blessed. The relationship increased. Nice. Suspicions.
The truth remains obscured.
Witness. Do you think anyone has a motive for killing the council?
This island is full of sinners.
This island is full of sinners. Our holy mission has been left unattended for too long. Any number of sinners could have done it.
The gods are displeased.
Perhaps it was an act of the gods. Heavenly anger leads to heavenly smiting. Tell me about these sinners.
Another sinner.
The island crawls with them. They pay lip service to the gods, but don't follow our sacred mission.
The end times are long.
The island sequences have degenerated. They used to be righteous. Now I despair.
I have a bad feeling about this.
What about the accused? Henry is a citizen, not a syndicate member. Citizens are sinners too. They do not pray hard enough. The syndicate do not compel them to pray hard enough. Yeah. Yeah.
Blasphemy!
The citizens grow restless, insubordinate. Scent spreads. This one let demons onto the island. Why stop there? That's a good story. Too good. Someone wants to pin this on a citizen, and we're too ready to accept it.
Other gods work in esoteric ways.
We cannot conceive the esoteric ways the gods work.
Oh.
Another easy story.
What?
You're questioning the gods. Higher powers rarely provide the answers we need.
Crime cannot hide.
Do you believe Henry is responsible?
Under the gaze of the gods.
All I can do is trust in the gods and have faith that what happened is part of their divine will.
Don't test me.
But do you believe Henry did it?
The gods are watching us.
It is not for me to question the gods.
Where?
Where were you last night?
Investigator.
I spent the night here, in my apartment.
Sure.
Can anyone corroborate that, or am I taking your word for it?
What?
You don't need to take that tone with me, investigator. Architect Carmelina was here as well. We left when we were summoned to the crisis meeting. Okay.
Why?
Why did she come to visit you?
Of course no.
It was unusual. She wanted to spend the last minutes of this withering island with me. It's been quite an age since we spent time together socially. Is there anything odd about her behavior?
The gods are radiant.
We had a pleasant time. We shared some wine I'd been saving and prepared to say goodbye to
I
paradise.
need to investigate this.
And you two were in each other's company all evening.
Investigator.
I stepped out onto my balcony to take a phone call from Grand Marshal Akiko. It was fleeting. More than 5 minutes.
What time?
What time was this call? Shortly before death visited the island, Akiko was reporting the escape of Henry. I'll follow up with the Grand Marshal. Not long after, marshals were stationed outside the elevator to my apartment. Have any proof that you were both in your apartment? The nightmare computer at the entrance logs everyone that enters and exits this apartment. You can pull the records from that and check yourself. Okay. Why is yours the only apartment with a logging system? You can't be too careful. I take my privacy seriously. Paranoia. Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your cooperation. Do you have motive for killing the council?
I am still bathed in the glory of the gods.
I am a humble servant striving to live on the righteous path. Murdering the council is not on that path.
Sure.
Am I taking your word for that?
What?
What reason would I have to kill the council? How does that benefit our holy mission?
Who?
Who determines the path?
Other holy masters.
Gods, of course. Did the gods want you to kill the council?
Of course not.
Don't be ridiculous. What do you know about K.HX's disappearance? Nothing. He often went for periods of isolation. Sorry I can't help him when Lady Love dies. May you fly with destroyed Eden,
The gods are watching us.
and may you reach the moon.
Those crystals obtained. Scene investigation.
Crying Grudge, a statue of Prophet Crying Grudge. The god endlessly weeps at the visions of the future he cannot unsee. Plants collection. Witness collects and breeds rare plants. Sometimes he gives them as gifts, and then hounds you to take proper care of the most fragile plants on the planet. The Silent Goat, the Holy Catalyst. Witness to the Inn's phone. Witness's phone. I can take this to a comm tower and verify its location. Relics. Relics from Persia from before the Great Betrayal. These are early depictions of gods and demons. So it's Persian. Okay. That makes sense. I found Witness's phone in his apartment. Witness told me that he received a phone call from Akiko. I can check his story if I plug this into a comm tower. I think I have too much power with this air dash. Oh, a ghost. Are you here to take me away?
Where?
Where would I want to take you? To the ritual. Are you a citizen? I am. I was once, but now I don't know. I'm lost. You're still here, even after the citizen slaughter ritual preceding the end of this island. Why? Maybe the gods rejected my sacrifice. I knew the ritual was coming. We all knew. But it was sooner than expected. I thought we had a few more months. Oh, a few more hours, so I left the house to go and find something I'd lost.
Sure.
And what was that? A stone that had fallen from my ring. It was something my wife gave me to celebrate our first lunar cycle together. It's got no value. She just found it on the beach, but as we held it, our troubles seemed to fade. Being close to each other is all that mattered. When we got married, I had it placed in my wedding ring. It fell out a few days ago. So you were out looking for the stone? Yes, I needed that stone with me. Before I found it, the marshals came and took me to the ritual. I pleaded, I begged. I just needed a few more moments. I became so angry. If I couldn't find my stone, then at least let me see my family one last time. I was always told death would be peaceful, but that was a lie. And how do you feel now? The anger has not dissipated, but I am still here. I'm here for a reason. I must find my stone so I can rest. Will you help me?
I need to investigate this.
I'll find your stone. I'm an investigator. Thank you. Look around the park between the Citizen and Syndicate apartments. I'm sure I lost it when I was sat on a bench there. Have you found my stone? Yeah, I did. I think I have. Really? Can I see? Oh yes, that's it. I can't describe how this makes me feel. It's like we're together again. Please, you keep it. I can feel myself fading out of this world, and I can't take the stone with me. When you hold it, I hope you can find the happiness that it gave me. Yo, couldn't help spying on you. What do you want? You like that stone the spirit gave you? There's a wonderful depth to it. Oh? Hoping it was going to be a no. Why? Want to sell it? Why do you want it? Gems that are tied to the suffering of others are one of my collections. One of? Oh yeah, I also can collect antiques from a planet populated by slug scholars. I also got a cabinet of calcified entrails, prayer wreaths from the mad monks in the Venus labyrinths. So, want to sell? 2 blood crystals, one-time offer. 2 blood crystals in exchange for a happy rock. This is not where I thought my night was going. Also, holy shit, the artwork for these achievements. Really fucking good. Do I give the crystal to Shinji for crystals? Oh. Happy rock in exchange for two crystals, or do I keep the happy rock? This is an excellent question. I should also probably wrap up soon, because I've been going for 5.5 hours. That is true. You know, why not? Let's give it to Shinji. I like the The pantless demon. He's kind of growing on me. Ding dong demon. Exactly. Deal. Hand over the crystals. Pleasure doing business with you.
Those crystals obtained.
Also, speaking of Shinji, he's like right over there. Splendid pamphlet obtained. A pamphlet about the celebratory gardens. They are dedicated to Gregory Complex, a syndicate member responsible for weaving the broken timelines together. Several sequences ago, his sacrifice will be remembered. Is this the end of the syndicate? Thinking out loud, love dies? How the hell should I know? They're your people. Now piss off and investigate. Thanks, Shinji. Really did. So, like, timelines were kind of fucked up. And someone sacrificed themselves to fix the timeline.
Those crystals obtained.
So who knows? The, slaughter of the Syndicate could have been carried out by someone who had an issue with that. Also, Yuri Knight.
Yuri Knight.
The investigation freak.
You're the famous investigation freak?
Ooh, the investigator is here.
I don't believe we've ever met before.
Yuri Knight.
Yuri Knight, secretary to the architect and the fairy woman's handler. Born in the marble chambers on the island sequence 15 under the sign of Dire Rose. Yuri is new to the syndicate and has quickly risen through the ranks.
Pathetic.
I can't believe in our darkest hour that judge called on you. Wow.
Thank you.
You're a charmer.
Worthless.
I'm not here to make friends. Evidently.
What are you talking about?
I don't like sarcasm, freak. He's showing a little bit. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think his shirt is very practical at being a shirt. There's not a whole lot there. Good thing that this is a tropical paradise.
Sure.
I understand. You're secretary to architect Carmelina and Lydia's handler during the ferrywoman duties. Kind of, actually. You know what this actually kind of looks like? This dude looks like he's wearing, like, an inverse minister outfit.
You've got nothing on me.
I don't know how else to describe this. Did you manage to deduce that?
Oh, I'm glad to be back.
I'm so glad Judge brought me back.
Insufferable.
Be a good freak, get Henry prosecuted, and then you can disappear back up to exile.
The investigator is here.
You're convinced it was Henry. It is very unique.
Freak.
Obviously, I can only aspire to your level, but I think it's pretty clear.
What do you want, freak?
Let's get to business. What do you want, freak?
When love dies, all that remains.
No mention
other
of
facts.
grieving for our loss.
What business is it of yours?
Grieving is a sign of weakness.
Insufferable.
I said, let's get to business. Stop dragging this out. Okay. Interesting. Got time to chat, Yuri.
What do you want, freak?
You weren't part of the syndicate before I was exiled.
What?
Is that a statement or a question? Question. Then phrase it like a question.
What the hell?
You're serious? Is that a statement or a question? What's your history with the syndicate?
Worthless.
I was born to low-ranking syndicate members, barely footnotes in our history. They say children naturally rebel against their parents. And evidence. They were content to wallow in obscurity, and now I am secretary to the architect. How?
No.
No thank you.
That's strange.
Sorry? I'm not interested in talking with you about myself anymore.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, freak.
This has been delightful.
Exactly. Bye, Yuri. Relationship increased. Okay. Interesting. Want to drop anyone in it, Yuri? Dish the dirt on someone.
What?
Who?
Who's got a motive to kill the council, Yuri?
Pathetic.
The killer is in a cell waiting to be executed.
I have a bad feeling.
Let's say
about
he isn't the
this.
killer. He is.
I'm glad to be back.
It's a thought experiment, Yuri. Play along. If Henry didn't kill the council, who else has motive?
Don't make me laugh.
Fine, I'll play along. You should investigate Crimson.
What the hell?
You gave that name up pretty easily.
Don't make
I've
me
had my
laugh.
suspicions for a while.
Why?
Oh yeah, I think after this conversation, I'm probably gonna wrap up myself. Because it is getting late.
How dare you?
Something sits wrong with her. Why did she get blessed? What would stop her wanting more power now that she's blessed? She's too smug.
That's strange.
That seems tenuous.
The investigation, freak.
You're the investigation freak. Investigate. Do you believe Henry did this?
Insufferable.
What an insufferable question.
Yes.
Of course he did. The Grand Marshal has him in custody.
That's weird.
No suspicions of anyone else?
Don't be snide with me.
Islands are full of schemers. You know that. Interesting.
Where?
Where were you last night?
Huh.
I was directing the ferry woman all night. From where? Here, in the celebratory gardens.
The investigator is
You
here.
often work in the gardens? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate it. Well, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I like reading these. I like playing games that make me do voices, or incline me to do voices.
Worthless.
My work last night didn't require a desk, and the gardens are beautiful when an island is ending. Any proof?
Freak.
No freak. The gardens aren't covered by logs, unlike the HQ.
Crime cannot hide.
Give me your phone, Yuri.
What?
What?
Got it.
I need to verify your location last night. You would have been making calls with it if you were directing Lydia.
No.
I'm under no obligation to give you my phone. I have important work to do with it.
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt your work.
Worthless.
Should be. I'll get it back to you quickly. I need to confirm your alibi.
Insufferable.
Fine, whatever. Yeah, giving voices is super fun. That wasn't so hard, was it? Just do what you need to do and bring it back. I just need to use the comms tower to verify the location of any calls made from this phone. Then you can have it back after the trial. It'd be so good. What do you know about KHX's disappearance? He hasn't been seen for a few days, probably sleeping off a hangover. He was one of your old drinking crew, wasn't he?
I don't like this.
Isn't a missing syndicate member something of a concern for one of the people responsible for getting the syndicate off the island?
No.
I can only work with what I have. If he doesn't want to be picked up by the fairy woman, I can't help it. He's his own man.
That's strange.
No concern or empathy.
Don't make me laugh.
What do you want from me? I can't care about everybody. It's exhausting. Tell me about Crimson,
Insufferable.
the traitorous idol.
That's strange.
Traitorous?
Don't be naive.
She peddles her secrets and... Okay. Destabilizes. Okay, there we go. That tripped me up for a second. You can tell I'm getting tired. Destabilizes the syndicate. You worried she's got something on you?
Don't make me laugh.
Okay. Has she got a motive for killing the council? She has her own secrets. I'm sure she isn't happy about people knowing.
Insufferable.
She wants to play soldiers again. She won't accept her new role and wants to run around with a sword and gun fighting demons. The next island is perfect. There won't be any more demonic invasions. I think she's trying to destabilize the island so she can have another go at playing soldier. That's a lot of speculation.
Insufferable.
If you don't like the answer, don't ask the question. Did you see Witness to the End last night? I am aware the architect planned to visit him last night. You can check with her. How do you know?
What business is it?
I am the architect's assistant. I arrange her appointments and make sure that she can carry out her work without being obstructed by anyone else on this island. Alright. May you see through a million eyes. And may you reach the moon. Alright, so let's find a phone. And we'll wrap up here.
Getting saved.
I think that was, you know what, I'm gonna do this for this one. It really is. So allow me to, pop over here for a second. So yeah. I like this game. This game's neat. I'm just gonna have it playing its music in the background. 'Cause it works. I have very limited experience with the Ace Attorney games. They do look like a lot of fun, and the character design is pretty amusing. So perhaps sometime in the future, I might be able to do the Ace Attorney games. I bet that'd be a lot of fun. So let's see. Who is live right now? I want to see, like, who's live so we can do a little bit of raid before I get cozy in bed. But this was a lot of fun. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Luis. I appreciate the posture check. And I see the push-ups. And the squats. Ooh, I like that idea. These are good ideas. I like these ideas. And thank you for the hydrate. Exactly. I appreciate that. So, let me do those real quick, and then we'll find somebody to raid. But I will say real quick, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. And a big thank you to everybody that stopped by tonight. And again, thank you for the raid, Luis. And...
Extra thick!
I need to add that. I need to add that overlay to this. It's good. Yeah, thank you all. And as well, thank you to Kraken for the raid as well. So, real quick. Oh, thank you all. Appreciate that. It's good to hear. I'm gonna do the gauntlet real quick, and then we're gonna raid somebody. So, 1 minute. Alright. There we go. Whew. And the hydrate. Ah. But yeah. Appreciate all of you for hanging out. Yeah. Have a good night. You see who is live right now? Oh, I see someone live right now that I want to raid. So real quick, let me do this. Gonna get the raid started. Just gotta make sure that I put in the right name. I'm gonna just go ahead and close this for now. There we go. Just want to make sure that I've got the name in correctly. So we, tonight, actually getting the opportunity to raid a really cool artist. I think she's just chatting today. But yeah, Apple Milk. Apple is really cool. So, put raid 1. And yeah, That should be our raid message. If I put it in correctly. Yay, Apple birthday. Don't know if the command actually worked, but oh, it did. And then there's raid 2. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. Really appreciate it. I hope you had a good evening. And yeah, let's go give Apple some love. Yeah. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.